Members, the committee is resumed on the Social Security Mandatory Reviews Amendment Bill. When we rose for the dinner break, we were debating Part 2. Once again, the question is that Part 2 stand part. Benjamin Dorr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. I'm really pleased to be standing on to speak to Part 2 and ask some questions to the Minister, as I have been waiting a little while. We were voting on that last round for quite some time. I'm presenting some new questions to the Minister as they pertain to Part 2, Clause 8, the amendments to Schedule 2, particularly Sub-Clause 1. And we have reference here to automated electronic systems. I do want to refer, first of all, to the Ministry for Social Development's regulatory impact statement. We have some really useful information on pages 16 and 17 regarding human oversight and standard requirements. So in regards to automated electronic systems, I would like to ask the Minister around the provision that is assured in this regulatory impact statement of providing a channel for challenging or appealing decisions made using automation, and how this channel must be made easily visible and accessible to the individuals impacted by the decision. We know that through the RIS there are some risks around the impacts that will be disproportionately affecting Māori communities. And as this bill has come through under urgency, we have not had a chance to debate or tease this out in a select committee, as would be standard. So we do need to present these questions here in the House and go through them methodically and try really to earnestly get some responses from the Minister. So, the bill talks about automated electronic systems, which are a reference to AI, effectively. The Minister might be able to give assurances around what information she has received from community, from experts, from researchers in the field around the requirement in the RIS, or the promise that it will be made, the safeguards will be in place around the use of AI. We know that community have provided their thoughts and recommendations despite there not being a select committee in order to hear from community. I am referring to the report that was released or presented publicly by Mana Raraunga, which is the Māori Data Sovereignty Network. This is a new point that has not been explored in any part of this debate yet, data sovereignty for Māori. And it's essential, as it is a part of a guarantee under Article 2 of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, tino rangatiratanga over ngā taonga katoa. Data is a taonga. It is a protected right under Te Tiriti o Waitangi, and Mana Raraunga outline in their principles document principles of Māori algorithmic sovereignty as it pertains to the use. Yes, you wouldn't know much about that on the other side, I assume. Automated.
I'm sorry to interrupt the member. Can you just refer me to the clause you're referring
Certainly.
to?
Thank you. Part 2, Clause 8, the amendment to Schedule 2, Subclause 1, which is around automated electronic systems, which is a reference to the algorithmic programming and machines used to process data. Did you find the clause?
No.
So,
Read the bill.
It's on page 8, around line 25.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Schedule 2.
Automated electronic systems is a reference to algorithmic data collection and use. Mana Raraunga references principles of good algorithmic data sovereignty in their report presented publicly. I would like to know if the Minister has made any consideration to the principles of Māori algorithmic sovereignty as they pertain to the use of AI in data.
Can I just remind the member that the clause that you're referring to is a cross-reference in terms of Schedule 2, Part 2. It's not actually a debate on the detail that the member is.
Sure. May I reiterate my question to the Minister pertaining to that?
You've got 22 seconds.
Fabulous, thank you. So my question is around what information or advice has the Minister been given regarding the use of automated electronic systems as it pertains to Māori data sovereignty? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
The Honourable Louise Upston.
I move that the committee report progress.
The question is that the motion be agreed to.
Can you please confirm to the committee that it is appropriate for a minister and the chair to move that when there are speakers that were seeking the call?
Yes, totally. Yes. This is a motion to report progress where it's not a closure motion. The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. I will report progress.
The House is resumed.
Madam Speaker, the committee has considered the Social Security Mandatory Reviews Amendment Bill and reports that it has made progress on the bill. Madam Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
The question is that the report be adopted. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. This bill is set down. They're too late. No, I've started speaking. Quiet. The bill is set down for third reading immediately. Oh, have I got the wrong that one? Oh, okay. No one's replaced. Oh, sorry. The bill is set down for further consideration next sitting day. I think something's actually, something's changed on us, so that's okay. We've done that bit, right? So now we're going to, no. No, it's that. So, just a moment, let me get on the right page here. I'm going to call Honourable Simon Watts, which is what I've got right in front on this one.
I present a legislative statement on the Rates Rebate Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Rates Rebate Amendment Bill be now read a first time. Madam Speaker, honourable members, I would like to thank you for considering this bill under urgency. We know it's tough out there for many Kiwis and the cost of living has significantly impacted households over the past years. And that is why this government is working hard to grow this economy, to reduce the cost of living and to help Kiwis get ahead. We know things won't change overnight, but our plan is making a difference. Inflation is under control. Tax relief is putting more money into the Kiwi back pockets. Initiatives like Family Boost are helping with the cost of childcare for families. And we recognise rising rates are adding to the challenges faced by some of the most vulnerable citizens, including many seniors living on fixed incomes. These individuals are burdened by rates that they simply cannot afford. These Kiwis deserve better. They deserve peace of mind in retirement, not financial stress. Madam Speaker, that is why we are considering this bill under urgency, as it will provide that peace of mind to our seniors. The rates rebate scheme is part of a larger set of tools designed to help and support households in managing their living costs and to address the impacts of rising rates. This bill proposes eligibility changes to the scheme that will provide additional financial relief for 66,000 more Super Gold card holders. This new threshold will be set at $45,000 per household, which is nearly $13,000 higher than the threshold for the general population. This means that anyone paying an average level of rates and earning New Zealand superannuation, the government will reduce your rates bills by $805 next year. Furthermore, thanks to the way the abatement thresholds function, individuals can earn more than $45,000 and still be eligible for partial rebate if they hold a Super Gold card. This follows the government to provide financial support for some of our most vulnerable ratepayers. The changes announced today will take effect from the 1st of July 2025. The government has allocated over $150 million over the next 4 years to support this initiative, with more than $30 million budgeted for the first year. Other changes taking into effect on the 1st of July 2025 will increase the maximum rebate for all taxpayers from $790 to $805. Additionally, the income abatement threshold will rise from $31,510 to $32,210 for low-income ratepayers who do not hold a Super Gold card. The rates rebate scheme currently assists over 100,000 low-income ratepayers in managing their living costs. And starting from the 1st of July 2025, we estimate that the number of individuals eligible for the scheme will increase by nearly 40%. While this may seem like a small change for some, I am proud to be part of a government who will be introducing legislation that will make the average New Zealand rate-paying couple earning New Zealand superannuation better off by more than $800. It will mean more money in the pockets of Kiwis, especially our seniors who have worked their entire lives to enjoy their retirement. Madam Speaker, this bill is a cost of living solution to a much wider issue the government wants to address. Kiwis are feeling the impact of dramatic rate increases from their councils, and many feel they aren't getting better services for those increases. I want to assure Kiwis that this government does not see this as acceptable. We have made it clear to councils that they must prioritise essential services over the nice-to-haves. Their focus needs to be on ensuring the core services like waste collection, water infrastructure and road maintenance are delivered brilliantly. We will also be investigating instituting a rates cap system for councils and hope to have more to say on this shortly. Madam Speaker, as we work hard to address these broader issues, I am proud that this bill can offer immediate relief to those most vulnerable to rising rates. Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Kia ora, Madam Speaker. Well, it's interesting listening to the Minister talk about and acknowledge the pressures that councils are under, because he himself is directly responsible for many of the expectations that have been placed upon councils around this country without any expectation that there will be any funding that flows from that. So whilst he's happy to talk about how this will alleviate pressures on households, at the same time, within the same breath and by the same sentence, he is basically indicating that they need to get back to basics when they are doing more than that. And everyone around this chamber should acknowledge the fact that local government do an amazing job in our community, and they must be supported by those of us who serve in this chamber. The Labor Party will be supporting this piece of legislation today. Oh, their tune has changed. The Labour Party will be supporting this legislation today. However, given that this is under urgency, there are a number of questions that we will be expecting to put to the Minister for him to address. Now, one of the interesting things, and we'll get to this later in the debate, is that this is actually a bill that does have a RIS. Often we don't, but this bill has a RIS. However, the RIS identifies, given the haste with which this bill has come to the House, there are a number of holes that need to be addressed and looked into. And so as the opposition, we will be, even though we do support the tenets of this bill, we will be expecting nonetheless to provide some scrutiny and for the Minister and the Government to be able to respond to some of those concerns. One concern is the inadequate amount of time that officials have had to actually prepare a number of aspects in response. And one example is that the sector hasn't really been consulted around this as to what it will mean for councils and communities. It's great to have this as an option and an opportunity, but if we are going to be, or if the government is going to be setting up councils to fail because it's not going to be able to administer or delivered in a way that meets local community needs, we do have some concerns around that. Madam Speaker, this is a bill that effectively creates an additional tier for the rates rebate scheme. The rates rebate scheme has been around for a wee while, but unfortunately just under 60% of those who might be eligible are actually able to access it for whatever reason. I look forward to putting that to the Minister around how that could change moving forward into the future, because it should be more, given that times are tough for folks at the moment. The Minister talks about how this change is going to deliver real difference. When he talks about the increase that will be proposed from $790 to $805, which is the full rebate that would be available, what does that actually equate to for those who are on New Zealand superannuation? And Madam Speaker, it equates to an extra 58 cents per fortnight. So from a Minister talking about taking action to alleviate the pain and suffering that senior citizens are having in this particular community, the actual increase that he himself referred to in his introductory speech from $790 to $805 equates to an extra 58 cents for those on New Zealand Super. So it's things like that that we want to tease out, because while this is important and it will provide some sustenance, I guess, financial sustenance to some households, it won't provide all of it. And so from a government that crows about a budget that is seeking to do certain things, this is certainly not something that is going to make huge inroads, really, when it comes to addressing and tackling the cost of living crisis that households are doing it tough in at the moment. Madam Speaker, this is a bill that does create those two tiers. One, in terms of those who can currently access the rates rebate scheme, but the other, of course, is setting a new tier or a new opportunity for those that hold a New Zealand Gold card as part of that. It's interesting that this seems to have been on the cards with the government in terms of its National and New Zealand First coalition agreement. But some of the questions that we do have is that why has it taken so long? Why has it taken so long? If the ink is basically dry on that agreement and it was signalled, why has it taken so long, and why have sector organisations and groups actually not had an opportunity to engage with the government through officials around this? What we learn, Madam Speaker, from the RIS is that there are only 5 councils that had any form of input into this, and we'll be interested to know what that input actually was. So whilst this is first reading, yes, at this stage we are happy to support this, but there will be many questions as part of our scrutiny obligations that we will intend to work through as this debate progresses.
Lawrence Yunnan.
I rise on behalf of the Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand, as the Green Party spokesperson for seniors to speak on this particular bill. Madam Speaker, with the rates rebate amendment bill, I think one of the key things we are seeing here is that, yes, I think for those people who are on super gold card holders, which is majority of the people who are over 65, will be eligible for this additional rebate of going from 32,000 to 45,000 $100,000 for super gold holders. However, a couple of things obviously we need to consider is number one, that not every person, there's this conception that, or misconception that there's, anyone who's over the age of 65 will be eligible for a super gold card. But Madam Speaker, we must understand that those people who are not residents of Aotearoa, New Zealand are not eligible at this stage for super gold card. So therefore, it does create a degree for people who are potentially migrants and who were in that threshold before that working, if you're on a working visa, etc., are no longer still eligible to buy properties here. For example, you are not actually eligible in this case under the REITs rebate, even though you are over the age of 65, purely because of the fact that you are not a super gold card holder. But on top of this, one of the other things that we think was quite interesting, and I wouldn't want to go into some of the more details of things we want to discuss at the committee stage, because again, we are currently doing this under urgency. We're not going to have a select committee. Therefore, we're going to go straight into a second reading. So there's more things for me to discuss in the second reading of some of the things that we would like to tease out during the committee stage. But again, painting that kind of broader picture of this particular rates rebate amendment bill, we are looking at that increase threshold from 32,000 to 45,000, but it's also interesting that we're looking at it from a household perspective as opposed to individual perspective. So that element is also something for us to really consider when we are looking at this bill into greater detail. Now, this, on top of all of these, in terms of what I said, the other thing that I found particularly a bit of an anomaly is if we're going to be putting this up to a particular threshold, why have we decided to only expand it to those with who are super card holders? Surely, there's no need for us to create this two-tiered system where if you're not a super card holder, you are still on the lower rate of 32,000, but if you are a super card holder, you are on the higher rate of 45,000. And on top of that, there is also the additional that this is done only, or the commencement date is the 1st of July 2025, but only when we do see the passing of the rates rebate specified amount order 2025, which then also lifts the other ratepayers from 31,000 to 32,000. So there's a lot of things, even though it's a reasonably small bill, Madam Speaker, there's actually a lot of things in here that we do need to unpack. The previous speaker also mentioned in terms of the potential impact that this will have for local government and local councils, and we have seen in the regulatory impact statement some of that additional administrative cost that's associated with that, which I wondered, again, if part of that is going to be an underestimate. But when we come into this bill, other things that are also drawing my attention to this is around the Section 6, or Clause 6 of this bill, around Section 5 amended, in terms of the things that local authorities can or can't ask. So this is also quite interesting in the sense of why are these four things specifically limited, and what additional things we are also seeing in the context of this bill, in the context of the process that people need to go through in order to require for the verifications of this, and for the requirement to verify the statement that they will need in order to be eligible for this, if it's just simply that they are a super gold card holder. I think one of the final things that I kind of want to draw the House's attention to is around what is, in terms of some of the things around the definition of card holder, but also in terms of the definition of super gold card. I think that also warrants some consideration as we are going through the second reading and going through the committee stage, and I'm sure there's more things for me to discuss as a result of that. However, in saying that, we do see that if you are a couple, if you are a family and you are on superannuation, there is a gap in there in terms of eligibility and allow you to exercise a maximum rate. So because of that, the Green Party will be supporting this.
Cameron Luxton.
It's a pleasure to rise in support of this bill on behalf of the ACT Party. What we're doing here with this piece of legislation is, contrary to some of the comments previously made, removing some of the burden on councils, because the ease in which to verify super gold card status is easier than the current situation. We're going to be getting some money back into the hands of retirees who have done their debt to society, they've worked their lives, and they've seen rate rises going up at a very high rate, as we all have in the last few years. Change is coming in New Zealand. It changed in 2023. In October, local government's up for election and people will be able to vote for more sensible councillors if they feel like their council has been profligate. But in the meantime, we need to do something to make sure that councils' effects of rate rises are not affecting some of our most vulnerable, which are super gold card holders. I commend this bill to the House.
Andy Foster.
This is a promise that New Zealand First campaigned on. It's part of the coalition agreement. This is this government, again, delivering on what it said it would do. What this does, Madam Speaker, is to acknowledge that rapidly rising rates are really hurting people across the board, especially our seniors who do not have the ability to change their income level. And I just want to pick up one issue which Tangi Utakere raised. He said it was about 58 cents. No, it's not about 58 cents. It's about the difference between that 31,000 and the 45,000. If you were a married couple at the moment, you get virtually nothing, depending on what your rate level are. Madam Speaker, this for the first time brings lifts the income level before the rebate begins to approximately the level which is earned by or paid to a married couple on superannuation. It will make an important difference to those people, but as the Minister said in introducing this, it is not going to be an excuse for councils to raise rates. I commend this bill to the House.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
Nā koe te pika, tēnā tātou te whare. I might have used a similar phrase like the other night, but I'll probably use it again, and I expect that I'm going to get a similar reaction. And I was talking about a shed then, so I'm waiting for the lads to start cheering. Yes, exactly. But to this point, to be grateful for small mercies, I mean, the point that I'm making in that regard is that we see the intention, and the intention seems good. So we will be supporting this, but we will also be looking to, I know, I'm waiting for the applause, people, let's go. But it is, if the intention is true, it is to provide financial support for those that might be struggling, right now I'm seeing our kaumātua, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing, but it is in the detail that we need to examine it, and I look forward to doing that at the next stages. The size of it, when the Minister referred to it being a small bill and doesn't, we don't need to hold it up in any way. Unlike the previous bill, it was small, but the regard was flippant. I would like to think that this might be small, but it is important. And despite the size of things, it still requires what I think is the trust and verify process. So I'm looking forward to that. And our kaumātua and Te Tautoko, I think they'll be very pleased, but they'll still expect me to ask the questions and go, can you trust them, Meno? So kia ora tātou.
Cameron Brewer.
Madam Speaker, this is the government for seniors, and this goes further on to confirming that this rates rebate amendment bill. So very pleased to support that, with up to 66,000 more seniors now eligible for rates support. So when you look at that with our superannuation up as well, for following the impact of our tax relief package, the fact that we're going to fix the Retirement Villages Act next year, it's another great day for seniors in this country, thanks to this government. I commend the bill.
Honourable Jenny Salisa.
Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to debate the rates rebate amendment bill. And Madam Speaker, it is really unusual for a bill that we're debating under urgency after a budget that we get all members of Parliament from all sides of the House agreeing to a bill. So I would like to actually congratulate the Minister, the Honourable Simon Watts, for all of his work on this bill, and his officials as well. And Madam Speaker, as you heard Tangi Utakere, who is leading us on this side of the House on this bill, we absolutely support this bill. The law that the Minister is proposing has the right intentions, but Madam Speaker, we will be asking a number of questions at the committee stage of the whole House, because we think that there are lots and lots of questions that we still should have answered. From my perspective, this bill, although it's really great for our seniors, it stops far too short in terms of fairness. I would also like to acknowledge something that we all know in this House, which is here in Aotearoa, New Zealand, we have an ageing population, Madam Speaker, and many of our elders, many of our seniors have worked hard all their lives, are now struggling, unfortunately, under the rising costs. And this actually affects their ability to stay in the homes that many of them have worked really, really hard over many, many years, the homes that they love. And so this is one of the reasons why we really support the Minister on this bill. So lifting the income threshold to $45,000 for super gold card holders gives real support and assistance to many of our seniors, many of our homeowners, and for that, I congratulate the government. And I say thank you, especially on behalf of all of the seniors in my electorate in Paemio Otahu who will qualify for this particular rebate. But Madam Speaker, here is where the agreement ends. Because this bill, for all of its compassion towards our beloved seniors, it unfortunately leaves many others behind. It draws a sharp line between the deserving elderly homeowner and the invisible battler who doesn't fit the box. Madam Speaker, a 68-year-old couple on superannuation who own their own home gets help when this bill becomes law, and that's great for our seniors who qualify. But Madam Speaker, a 40-year-old woman, a hard-working solo mum who works 2 jobs, many of them, earning $42,000, renting in South Auckland, living in Paemio Otahu, and raising 3 beautiful children, gets nothing, absolutely nothing. No relief, no rebate, no recognition. And if she is Māori, if she is Pacific, her odds of home ownership are lower, much, much lower. Her experience of poverty is deeper. Her exclusion from this bill is almost guaranteed. And that, Madam Speaker, is not just a policy gap, that is a moral failure. So the question is not whether this bill does something good, because obviously it does. We acknowledge that and we support the bill. The question is, why is this bill so narrow in its kindness and support? Why does one group get the assistance while so many others who are hurting just as much and sometimes more not getting the relief in terms of rates? What about the disabled woman who is under 65 years old on supported living payment, who owns her own homes but earns less than $40,000? No help for her. What about the single dad in the regions struggling to afford rising rent? No support for him either. What about the low-income grandparents raising their mokopuna, living in an overcrowded house, priced out of home ownership entirely? No assistance. So this bill is great, but it is narrow. So if you're old enough, this bill says we will help you. But if you're not old enough, this bill says tough luck. Hardship doesn't always follow a timetable, Madam Speaker. Hunger doesn't wait for retirement, and stressing out about losing your home doesn't care about which year you were born. So in terms of housing, which I want to touch on, because the reality is, Madam Speaker, beneath this rebate bill and this debate sits a deeper problem. New Zealand's housing affordability crisis is not age specific. And so a lot of the questions that we'll be asking the Minister during the committee stage of the whole House, we hope to get some answers about this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Ryan Hamilton.
Peace is broken out in the House. I commend this bill to the House.
Lamonga Lydia Sasine.
That was really short-lived, but thank you. We are peaceful people. And Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to be able to take a call. This is a very important bill because for our community, whilst the principle is intended to provide financial support or relief for our low-income super gold card holders who may otherwise face financial hardship due to bills, high rates bills across the country, we on this side of the House, we really need to ask some questions around process and procedure. And Madam Speaker, I just want to draw the attention of the House, because on behalf of the New Zealand public, there is no select committee process. And that's shocking. because if we really care about our seniors community, then we will give them the opportunity to be able to come and have kōrero with the select committee so that they can bring their contribution. It doesn't matter how long it takes. What is important is that they have the opportunity to follow the process. So, Madam Speaker,
That's enough.
Calm down. I'm just going to go through the regulatory impact statement, Madam Speaker, because it was a very useful document to read and to then ask further questions, Madam Speaker, and I know I don't have a lot of time. So without the select committee process that we are, or the New Zealand public are entitled to, on page 2 of the RIS, the primary objective of this policy, and thank goodness I get another contribution, is to provide that financial relief. One of the things about rates rebates in a previous life that I had in council was there was the rates rebate option that many in my local community didn't know about. And what concerns me is how this bill is being rushed through this process under urgency, which is the government's call. But I have to ask the question, and that is outlined here, right here in the RIS. And one of the things that I wanted to ask about is the success of this policy will be demonstrated by higher uptake of the scheme. I've heard and I've listened to some of the contributions from the other side, and yes, we will be supporting. However, I want to ask what communication will go out to the community at large. I am referring to Māori, Pasifika, ethnic, disabled in terms of the comms, because in the RIS, and I will find it, it doesn't have 100% uptake. It says it right here in this document. And so my question is, if it's a great system that is going to benefit 66,000 pensioners who have the super gold card, that's really good, but it's not enough. Because if we are wanting and supporting this, then the decisions made at Cabinet is by lifting the abatement levels of rates rebate for super gold card holders. Effectively, what does that mean? So some couples will benefit, Madam Speaker, and there's no doubt about it. But what about those people where English is their second and their third language, don't understand that if you don't apply, you are eligible, but if you don't apply to your territorial local authority, you will not have that benefit. There is questions that I have with regards to the process and the procedures. The other thing I wanted to raise, on page 3, the sentence begins, the department is aware of a review into local government funding and financing, which canvassed local authority and private sector views on the scheme. Well, where's the public sector? And I want to ask the question why. Now, I read further, the RIS states there was not enough time. There was presentations to the Cabinet then approved the process. And so, Madam Speaker, it's wonderful to have a contribution and ask those questions, because for the record, for many of our community listening at home, they need to be aware that this is an option that they may be eligible for. Why? Because they are a holder of the Super Gold card. But what do they do? Where do they go? How do they apply for it when it comes into force, which is the 1st of July 2025? So we appreciate on this side that there is going to be relief for some of our seniors, particularly those where both of them earn retirement pensioner income. It's really important that they understand, Madam Speaker, that there is an option that's coming up for them, and I look forward to asking questions in the committee stage. Thank you.
Nancy Lowe.
Madam Speaker, this bill is providing higher support to low-income Super Gold card holders. This is fantastic news, and I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Rates Rebate Amendment Bill, first reading.
This bill is set down for second reading immediately. Honourable Simon Watts.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Rates Rebate Amendment Bill be now read a second time. Madam Speaker, I'm going to take a quick call on this bill as it needs to be enacted under urgency so that it can take effect before the next rating year starting on the 1st of July. This urgency is justified to remedy the unjustified burden of high rates on those with low incomes. For anyone who says that there is no need for urgency and that this change could wait until 2026, to them I ask, why wait? This government supports the concept of ageing in place, which enables elderly people to continue living in their own homes for as long as they choose. This approach not only respects the preferences of many seniors, but also supports their physical and mental well-being by maintaining familiar surroundings and community connections. Policies promoting ageing in place emphasise the importance to accessible, safe and affordable housing, as well as proximity to essential services like public transportation. However, the rising costs associated with home ownership, particularly those of council rates, has meant that this is not a financially viable option for people as they age, stop working and rely on New Zealand superannuation to cover costs. This is not fair. After a lifetime of contributing to society, seniors deserve the dignity and peace of mind that comes with financial security in retirement. Ensuring that ageing in place remains a viable and affordable option is not just a matter of policy, Madam Speaker, it is a reflection of our values and respect for the generations that have built our communities and our country. That's why this bill proposes eligibility changes to the rates rebate scheme that will provide additional financial relief for up to 66,000 Super Gold card holders. By creating a new income abatement threshold to the scheme specifically for Super Gold card holders, we are supporting ratepayers to stay in their homes by lowering the cost to do so. The new abatement threshold will be set at $45,000 per household, which is nearly $13,000 higher than the threshold for the general population. This will allow more people to have the option to stay in their homes they are so comfortable in and remain close to friends, family and their community they love and rely on for support. I'd like to take some time in the speech to discuss how the changes will practically affect a low-income Super Gold card-holding couple. I am sure many of you know just of such a couple in your electorate. New Zealand Super is roughly $49,000 for a retired couple living together in a home they own and paying average rates of around $3,500 per year. They would currently only qualify for a less than $250 rebate. With the changes made through this bill, that same couple will now receive $805 off their rates next year. For many of you in this House, that may not sound like a lot of money, but for a low-income, elderly couple, that money will allow them to do the things they otherwise could not. They might be able to spend more on groceries, keep their power on longer, or otherwise live life a little better because of this coalition government. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Tangi Judicature.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I acknowledge the contribution that the Minister has just said. It would have been helpful if he was able to perhaps even just touch on some of the issues that have been raised by members on this side of the House. Perhaps maybe he is leaving that to committee stage because I know that we will certainly be having some direct questions that touch on some of the issues that we've already raised and then some. There has been some reference, Madam Speaker, by the Minister, actually, about the fact that this needs to be enacted as part of this urgency in order to deliver on the 1 July deadline. Again, this has been well signalled in the coalition agreement by the government, yet they've decided to bring it to the House under urgency as opposed to doing this sooner, earlier than they had signalled. Usually at this particular stage in the process, Madam Speaker, as we all know, we would have had a select committee process by now. And actually, I don't know, maybe this would have gone to the Governance and Administration Select Committee, perhaps, but who knows? We won't know. And what we would have in front of us, of course, would be the feedback from the community, from stakeholders. Now, I have no doubt that actually probably the overwhelming level of feedback would be in support of this legislation. That is why we are supporting it tonight, but also because it is the right thing to do. But it would have been nonetheless helpful to have heard from communities all around the country as to what it would mean for them. It would have been helpful to have heard from senior citizens who give so much to our community about what difference it would make as a result of the increased pressures that the government are placing on their household when it comes to cost of living and other pressures. Not just around rates, not just around insurance, not just around actually the choice that seniors and others have to make about whether they can afford a block of cheese or not. These are the real issues and the impacts upon households that we would have had the benefit of hearing and learning from. And what this government has done is they have stripped that opportunity away from a very, very important sector in our community. Not only would have we heard from seniors within our country, I'm sure we would have heard from those many NGOs and sector organisations that do a sterling job, both those in the age concern, but also some of those that take quite a political bent. I know in my own electorate, Grey Power is very vocal, and it would have, I'm sure, been of benefit to have their views on the record. I think we definitely would have heard from more than the 5 councils that, as part of this process, weren't formally consulted with, Madam Speaker, but did have an opportunity to feed into some sort of process. It's a little bit clear around what that process is, and that will be one of the questions that I intend to put to the Minister, is those 5 councils, what was the specific level of engagement? Because they themselves, as I understand it from the RIS, didn't know what this proposal was going to be. So they may have given some indication perhaps that it would be difficult to implement, and in some cases the RIS identifies that the cost to councils would be $200,000 extra to implement this. Yet another example of the government putting more mandates, unfunded mandates, onto local government councils. And so there is a question around, well, where is the level of support from the government to address the additional expenses that councils will undoubtedly incur? And look, I accept that not every council in the land is going to be faced with a $200,000 bill to implement this, but there will be other councils all around the country that would either have to wear that cost themselves or reprioritise existing services in order to deliver on this. And members opposite might think, well, actually, no, you can't reprioritise something that's going to cost, I don't know, $5,000. Well, you do, because this is what local government is all about. So I want to hear from the Minister about what Auckland Council had to say, what Tauranga Council, Christchurch, Manawatu and Clutha, because those are the only 5 that are specifically mentioned in the RIS. And so we look forward to hearing about it. I also want to hear from the Minister about this back to basics rhetoric that he seems to enjoy. Yes, roads and footpaths are libraries, part of the basic sort of theology of this government. Cemeteries is community development. These are the sorts of things that the government is saying, get on with it, get back to basics. These are the very things that councils do. And so for many, and in small rural communities, which have a very small relative ratepayer base, it may be the difference of trading off some of these services in order to meet the additional expenses that this government are foisting upon councils. So I look forward to hearing from the Minister to clear that one up. This is a bill, Madam Speaker, that very clearly identifies 2 tiers, both of them equally valid in my view. One is those that hold super gold cards, And my colleague, Dr. Shunan, talked about that definition, and I'm sure we'll delve into that when it comes to the regulations, the 2 regulations that exist in that particular area. And that's at a higher threshold under this bill. And then the other is the existing lower thresholds that those that choose to or are able to apply for this are able to access it. Now, earlier we talked about the fact that there are a number of community members and households that do not access this scheme. Well, why is that? Why is it that this scheme, which would provide some alleviation, and when it goes up on the 1st of July, those that have been getting it, the extra 58 cents a fortnight, but why is it that there is some reason that more than 40% of households that are eligible for this don't get it? That's not the new ones that are going to come on board for those that hold a Super Gold card. These are the existing households that the department indicate are eligible for whatever reason. And so one of the questions to the Minister is, around that particular space, what work has he been doing as part of this suite of work to try and increase the level of either awareness, support, whatever it might be, to ensure that households are able to access this support, because it is a bit of support that has been in the pipeline for a wee while. The other thing is, it's interesting from the bill, we would have heard from the community as part of a select committee process about whether that 45,000 is an appropriate threshold or not. Because whilst those who are earning New Zealand Super and are a couple that live in a household are basically bang on that particular threshold, slightly over it actually, there are many circumstances where those in that demographic undertake a little bit of work. Not a lot, but in many circumstances a little bit of work. So where is the threshold appropriately sitting? The Minister suggests through this bill that it's 45,000. It would be good to have heard whether that was hammering that home or not. The other thing I think would have been interesting to hear about, and this does sound a bit reflective, Madam Speaker, but the fact that we don't have a select committee report in front of us, one has to be reflective. There are a lot of what-ifs, and much of it is, all of it is unknown at this stage in terms of what community feedback will have been. But the other 2 areas that I am specifically interested in is whether the Minister received any advice around extending this to other, the existing tier, and it would be helpful, perhaps that would give officials a chance to provide the Minister with advice this evening, if he hasn't received it already, around whether there was any advice sought or advice forthcoming about the costs around that and what that would look like, but also the time frame for implementation. Now, I know that 1 July is certainly fast approaching for this government, but ensuring that the time frame for rolling that out is going to be very, very important, and making sure that this is going to be manageable. On this side of the House, we want this regime to be workable. All right, we do not want to have a regime that is not going to be workable. And so the points of clarification, the issues that we seek to put to the Minister for his response is actually, believe it or not, in the spirit of ensuring that this is a workable regime for councils, for the department, and for households that will be able to access this, particularly those households who would be new accessees to this particular opportunity. And so as we move through committee stage, we'll be looking forward to teasing those out. I agree with the Minister that it is important that seniors in our community do feel as though they are seen and are able to live in our community with dignity. This bill will go some way to assisting that, and some small step to addressing some of the concerns that are facing, but there are still some questions that we have to put.
Dr. Lawrence Shunan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Here we are on the second reading, and I did promise in the second reading we will go into more details about some of the questions that we would like to ask as part of the committee stage. And you know what, Madam Speaker, I want to start by saying that I love the fact that the other side of the House is jeering and heckling about the fact that we are treating this bill seriously and doing our job. I think for those people, they should really think about the contribution that they are making, which would constitute as a partial strike under the current definition of the latest regulation of partial strike. And maybe we should look at some pay deductions. But on to this bill. Madam Speaker, when we are looking at this, I think the most, again, we think that the context of this bill and about the fact that we are looking at wanting something to help our seniors as we are looking at people who are getting older and older, getting into more precarious situations, as we're seeing an increase in the number of people who are over 65 and in response will be eligible for the Super Gold Card, would be eligible for this increase in terms of the rates rebate. But Madam Speaker, fundamentally, there is a question that we need to address, and I think I really want to pick up the previous speaker, Tangi Udakiri's question to the government, which is, if this government is tooting about the fact that going back to basics, why don't we just increase the superannuation amount? Or why don't we just, increase our public housing stock, or genuinely sort out the Retirement Village Act review, which is still being held by the government, despite the fact that it is with the government, because this is still tied into the whole package we're looking at here, if this is indeed a bill that is supposed to benefit seniors. But what we are seeing that although we are trying to bring, let's say, someone who may only be living in their own house, who's got no other income other than their superannuation through and Super Gold Card for all the other amenities that one can enjoy as part of the Super Gold Card, it nevertheless comes back to the fact that they are still someone who's able to own a property in the first place. If we are really looking at being serious about the way we look at seniors in this country, why does this bill look after and also support the most vulnerable seniors in our community, Māori, Pacifica, who proportionally have lower number of home ownership, migrants who are not a citizen, who are not eligible for super in the first place, or super guard are not eligible for something like this. So it is quite perplexing and confusing when we are looking at one side, something that potentially can be really good for our community and for our seniors, but the other hand, kind of try to make sure that they still really just speaking to the landlords. So it is a little bit confusing. So when we are, are you telling me that this bill goes beyond landowners or resident? If it does, please let me know, because that's actually then quite exciting. If this goes beyond landlords. Landlords, homeowners. So, I feel like that would still be considered as a landlord, because you are, in fact, owning that particular piece of land. But semantics. On to the rest of this bill. I think, so there are some genuine policy questions. You know what? If all of you have so much to say, I would love to see you actually get up and give a speech that's longer than 30 seconds. So when we are looking at this, Madam Speaker, there are some broader policy questions. And I really like the fact that my previous speaker, Tangi Udakiri, really focused on the territorial authorities element and the local council element. And I think all of the questions that he asked is incredibly valid as we're going into the select committee stage. Whereas for me, I would really like to drill down on the broader policy questions of why this policy came about and why this policy needed to be under urgency in the first place. Because surely that we are able to, particularly considering that this is only need to be implemented by the 1st of July 2025, there is sufficient time for us to tease it out, even with a shortened select committee stage. But in terms of the broader questions around policy, we also need to read the fine print when we are looking at what income is not included as part of this threshold of 45,000. So if you do look at the original text, the original Rates Rebate Act 1972, it does say that capital is not included as part of that, which also means that yes, you might be a homeowner that owning your own home, in which case you are not, that you would be struggling to potentially try and pay the rates, or you would like to enjoy the most the rates rebate that you can be eligible for, which is $805 by the time we move up to the new order in the 1st of July 2025, up from $790. But at the same time, we're looking at for those people who potentially are getting income through capital, don't necessarily need to be considered as part of that income. So you could still be earning money through capital, at least that's my reading, and I would love to see the minister's explanation around this. So you could still be earning money through capital, but that doesn't count towards this upper threshold of $45,000. Then let's talk about the fact that if we really want to benefit more people, we know, statistically speaking, when we have the data through Stats NZ, through the Retirement Commission, through Office of the Seniors, through the Age Concern, all of those organizations, that we are seeing a real issue with our seniors not being able to own their own homes. We're seeing by next decade, over 40% of the people over the age of 65 or senior-like in age, senior-like in name, will not be able to own their own home, which also means that they will not be eligible for this really amazing thing that the government is trying to do. That is also, I think, a broader policy question, because going through the regulatory impact statement, it doesn't necessarily state of other policy opportunities and options that was considered. In fact, it specifically states that we didn't really consider anything else. This is really all we've considered. So there is, I think there is definitely scope for us to ask that during the committee stage as we go forward. And I also think that it is interesting that as we're going through the regulatory impact statement, that certain departments were considered. And for example, the Office of Seniors are expected to support the rollout of this scheme, but I couldn't identify them being a party that was consulted on this bill, which in fact, if they were consulted on, surely they would have alluded to or informed the government that by us having this REITs rebate, which again is not a bad thing, but that's not the biggest issue and the biggest challenge facing our seniors and our senior population in Aotearoa. Additionally, when we're looking at the full package that is being introduced by the government over this urgency period, we also need to ask the question of the bill that we just passed in terms of the social security and the accommodation one, which looks at the inclusions of boarders with the inclusion of 1 or 2 boarders as part of this. That also begs the question of, are they going to now tie into the income of the senior? So if you are grandparents and your grandchild just happen to live with you and they pay a board, now they're included as part of that new legislation and they pay you that, and their board not only affect their student allowance now, but may also in fact affect your income as part of this and potentially push you over the threshold for you to be eligible for the maximum amount of rebate anyway. So we simply don't know a lot of these questions just by going through the legislation and also going through by the regulatory statement. And I think, yes, when we are looking at this bill, it is important for us to ensure that our senior population and the concerns that our seniors are raising around the fact that what they have to put up with in the retirement village and the exploitation they experience in retirement villages, the fact that we have a lot of seniors who are ineligible or still on waiting list for kainga ora housing, and in this precarious situation of having to pay ever-increasing rent to their landlords because they simply do not have the money to buy their own property. But instead of that, we do see $155 million being placed into this particular scheme that may potentially alleviate and address some of the other challenges we're seeing. So fundamentally, this is a good thing. It's good that, we are also looking after seniors and actually treating the seniors issue seriously for a change. But at the same time, we are not addressing the fundamental discrepancy that we're seeing within that population through this bill. And I think there's a lot more for us to unpack during the committee stage. And so finally, the Green Party is at this stage supportive of this bill, but we would love to see more engagement and have more engagement with the Minister.
Cameron Luxton.
Madam Speaker, this government is putting in place a budget that sets the foundations for a growing New Zealand in which the next generation can do better. But as every party in this House has spoken about tonight, we need to look after the generations that have gone before. That's why this budget's putting forward $150 million over 4 years for a rebate on rates to help our senior citizens. As the Minister said, age in place amongst their community, where they've built a life, where they feel at home is where they should be. This is what it looks like when you get back to basics. In response to Tangi Utikere, there are councils around this country, some of which have gone from 650 to 1150 staff numbers over the last 5 years. That's a 73% increase. I've also heard of doubling in spending in 5 years. That's the sort of stuff that needs to be taken under control. We can't have $100 grand spent on a statue. We need to get councils back on basics, just as this government is. I commend this bill to the House.
Honourable Casey Costello.
Madam Speaker, I rise with great delight to speak in support of this important bill. This is a great moment for this coalition government because to clarify for the members opposite who are wondering where did this policy come from, it's a unique thing about a coalition agreement that outlines the actions we're going to take as a government, and surprise, surprise, we do it. It's an amazing day for us. This is about doing some good stuff. The fact that we are linking it to the Super Gold Card means that, and I can do a plug for the Super Gold Card website to ensure that every senior makes sure they have their Super Gold Card, that they take advantage of all of the opportunities of discounts, and then on top of that they can get all the information that they need about this rates rebate from the website. I can assure the members opposite the Office for Seniors was fully consulted. They do amazing work ensuring our communities remain connected, and this is one more step to wonderful life for our seniors in New Zealand. I commend this bill to the House.
Mariamino Kapakingi.
Kia ora. I'm delighted to stand and bring the other parts of the truth to this discussion, so here we go. And of course, to recall that we do support this, but I just want to raise a couple of points which I think might be important. Well, they will be important. And I guess to the Minister, I was just, I noticed in your opening lines you talked about the urgency of it, which sounded plausible, which is why you're running an urgency, but it's been urgent for probably at least 180 to 200 years, so I just wonder where your urgency radar really applies. So a point to be noted. I am interested in ageing in place description. I think that's, I mean, it's so new agey, to be honest. In 1800 and maybe 1860 something, the concept of papakainga has been around since then, and in fact it probably it's an important thing, and I'd invite the Minister to have a look at it because it's been around for that long. So ageing in place I think is cute, it's very new agey, but it does apply. I mean of course it applies, but it is kind of new agey and trendy. We would call that papakainga lifestyle. We would call that rohe pōtai. We would call that a whakapapa. So those ideas of growing, living, you know, dying, burying your whānau here, raising them there in a very, you know, in your own rohe, those are ordinary things. They have been practices that we have had for a very long time, but where were you? So, I don't mean you, Madam Chair, not at all. I mean this crew on the left here. Another point, super gold or super old, that's kind of what I'm hearing in this super gold and super old kōrero. Again, in our context, we talk about kaumātua, we talk about mātua mokopuna lifestyles. So when I hear the descriptions, which is when you've got a couple that lives in that home and you've got a, you know, or kaumātua or an individual that lives in another home, that is not our reality. So somewhere in this discussion, I look forward to when I hope it really comes up. So for our kaumātua, we'll have it probably at least one mokopuna, if not three. And that is a typical haunga mokopuna model. And again, if those were known to your people and your writers, you might have understood that when you were designing this. And again, please, just stay with me. We do support it, but it needs a lot of work and improvement. I'm happy to be that advisor. The other part of this is important to note. It is super old, and it is about our older generations. The fact is that optimal health is not our privilege. It is your privilege, but it's certainly not ours. So when we're dying at least 7, if not more, 10 years earlier, we just won't get to bloody super gold. Because we're all nodding off, all dying and in a miserable and terrible way. Not because we want to, but because the system and its commitment to poverty and paradise, this is what we get. So, live long and prosper is rare in our reality. So, though a small bill, let's try and make it bigger, would you? And happy to support you to redesign it, but better. Madam Chair, thank you. Those are my contributions. Good evening, people.
Huhana Linden.
Madam Chair, I rise on behalf of Te Rōpū Kākāriki to speak to this legislation. And while we do support the progress of this bill, have questions around unintended consequences and the unintended consequences of the haves and the have-nots. Those who will benefit, and recognising the huge investment of $155 million over 4 years, who are homeowners, those that are lucky enough to have an asset, and then largely Māori, Pasifika, migrant communities who may not own an asset like a home. So on behalf of Te Rōpū Kākāriki, I raise concerns over the need for the rush. What is the rush for this legislation to come through so quickly and commence on the 1st of July? When the Department of Internal Affairs shared the context within which this RIA has been undertaken is unusual, and that the policy decisions have already been made by Cabinet. So there has been no regulatory impact assessment accompanying this, because there's been little analysis conducted. And then reflecting on the departmental disclosure statement, it says, while there have been no issues identified with the bill and its implications on the rights and interests of Māori and to protect Te Tiriti o Waitangi, the issue is that there has been no formal steps taken to determine whether this policy could impact, I'm reading from the report itself, that this bill is consistent with the treaty, with the principles of Te Tiriti. And that's interesting in itself, because if we had a full process, there would be an opportunity for the officials, like the Office of Seniors, like the Department of Internal Affairs, to critique and provide that extra analysis that we need as a House to fully support this bill. So I absolutely support ageing well. I pay full tribute to our elders, our kaumātua, and for what they have contributed to building up New Zealand, but also I query the need for the rush, and also where is the space to look at equity, and where is the space for us to look at whenua Māori, and many of those kaumātua who live on whenua Māori, and the ability for whenua Māori landowners to even benefit from this. Is the rates rebate stretching out into whenua Māori land as well? And knowing many of our kaumātua do live in kāinga ora homes, or they live in intergenerational homes that they do not own. So maybe if we had time, we would have the opportunity to really unpack in a fulsome way and understand who are the haves and who are the have-nots in terms of this legislation, and the way that it can stretch out across New Zealand and show benefit for the elders that we cherish and we care for. So that's some of the concern that I would like to bring in terms of what we can do in the Committee of the Whole, and ask our Minister these pātai. I think about the admin burden too, because of the limited, truncated process that we're undertaking again. There was limited engagement and consultation with councils as to how much of an admin burden they would have to take on board, and are they ready to launch on the 1st of July? Or will they be in a situation where they're going to have to catch up, because it's going to be hoisted on them with little engagement, in fact no engagement. It's going to happen at quick pace, expectation to implement on the 1st of July, and then our elders will start turning up, looking to clip it and go, yep, we're ready to go. So those are questions, and I worry about the size of the investment. $155 million is a great gesture towards our elders, but then if we look at where the powerhouse and the people power of New Zealand is, it's certainly our young people. So maybe even if we consider the way that we can give a bit of a hand up to those young people that might be in home ownership and might be rate payers, that they might be able to benefit in this space too. These are some of the questions we would love to interrogate, even if there was a select committee process. I mean, just imagine, if we had a select committee process, the voice of the community would have come and they would have shared. But unfortunately, this government shuts out the voice of community. Kia ora tātou.
Cameron Brewer.
Speaker, this is $154 million. Very, very, very well spent. And again, it's another example of Budget 2025 delivering practical cost of living relief. You'll see $154 million invested over 4 years. It delivers up to $805 off your rates. For 66,000 more New Zealanders. It's great news, it's a great part of our budget, and we're very proud to support it.
Honourable Dr Deborah Russell.
Madam Speaker, I wish to draw the House's attention to the explanatory note for this bill. And the second paragraph, the Rates Rebate Act 1973. That was the Kirk government that brought this kaupapa in the first place. So this has been a long part of the Labour tradition, a long part of Labour legislation, and Labour legislation that we are proud of, that has lasted since 1973. And it's good to see the pretty unanimous support across the House this evening for continuing this Labour kaupapa. So we thank you everyone for their support of this, and we agree that this is a good piece of legislation to be brought to the House. Nevertheless, we do have some questions that we will wish to explore in some detail during the committee stage. And they're questions that are worth having a look at. This, having had this type of legislation around since 1973, it's always worth looking at whether or not it's still a good piece of legislation. Now, we do think it is, but our colleagues in Te Pāti Māori and the Green Party have raised some interesting questions. We have some other sorts of questions that we will want to ask. So the first one is why the particular threshold that has been set for the rates rebate, which this government, and we support them doing it, is increasing the threshold to $45,000. Now, as it turns out, a couple holding a super gold card, a couple on New Zealand superannuation, so that is their income and their only income, they earn, their income is about $49,000 a year, give or take, provided they have no other income. Madam Speaker, I'm sure you've seen it's the case, and certainly I've seen it's the case as well, that at present, if an elderly couple is living on just New Zealand super, if that is the only income they have in their old age, it's pretty tough. It's pretty tough living on that kind of income. It's not pretty. And we see that often some of our seniors are accessing food parcels, they're accessing other kinds of support. They really do need a hand to get by on that, just that amount of income. So I am interested to understand why the threshold was set at $45,000. Why not just set at a level that was actually above the couple rate for New Zealand superannuation? It would be worth understanding why that particular $45,000 threshold was chosen. And there would have been a few more people had come into the rates rebate scheme in that case. I'm hoping that the officials will be able to give us some kind of analysis as to why the threshold was set at that particular level. Now, don't get me wrong, we still agree that this is a good thing to do, but why not just that little bit more to take it above the amount of New Zealand superannuation? I'm sure there's a reason for it, and we'll hope to elucidate that in the committee stage. We had, of course, there's a reason, the concern around the need for it in the first place, and it was an issue that was raised by our colleague in the ACT Party, Cameron Luxton, who talked about rate increases in recent years.
and repeated the mantra of getting back to the basics for councils. And actually rates have been increasing quite dramatically in recent years. Some territorial authorities have had, double-digit rates increases year on year, outpacing the cost of inflation. And the diagnosis from some people is that local councils are just not good enough at what they do. I think that's unfair. I know many city and district councillors. I've seen how hard they work. I've seen how they do try to balance up all the competing concerns of their constituents. I've seen their commitment to things that some people might think are luxuries, but I think are absolute necessities. Parks, libraries, recreation areas. And that's without considering the costs of roading and the costs of the decaying infrastructure in some of our cities and towns. Of course, one of the biggest costs that is driving some of the rate increases for cities, for towns, for territorial authorities, is the costs of water supply, the cost of dealing with stormwater, drinking water, wastewater. Now, we had a solution in place to prevent some of those dramatic rates increases. That solution was taken away. But one of the reasons that rates have been going up is because of trying to deal with the issues, those issues around water. So, of course, that makes it harder for our senior citizens to pay their rates because those rates increases have been dramatic. And there was on this side of the House, when we were in government, an attempt to deal with that. I want to see the government, certainly this is a good thing, helping senior citizens pay their rates, but we do need to deal with the issue of local government funding as well. This is a bit of a band-aid. It's a good band-aid, I'm glad to see it, but there is a serious problem here that we also need to deal with in time. A third issue, I think, and I want to just sort of canvass in this contribution, is just the amount of consultation with councils. I think my colleague Tangi Utikere is correct when he says that it will increase administration costs for councils. I know there has been some limited consultation with councils, but we'll want to explore that a little further in the committee stage. There is another issue that I'd like to look at, and I'm going to direct the members of the House to clause 6 of the bill. And what the bill lists is some of the items that one of our senior citizens might list in their application for a rebate. So the sorts of things that when a person is applying for this rebate that they'll put in their application is their income, obviously, because it's income tested. The income of any other person who lives with them, because of course that matters. It's a household income that matters here. Who's actually occupying the property? Of course, that's an obvious thing to be concerned about. And the ratepayer's status as a super gold card holder. So a number of items which have to be included in the application. But then it lists those, but then in the section it says that the chief executive of the territorial authority or any other authorised officer is not required to verify a statement about any of the following matters, is not required to verify those matters when processing these rates rebate applications. So it's a high trust system. That might well be appropriate. I think it is likely to be appropriate. After all, if a person has applied for a rates rebate year on year, some of the details of their situation are unlikely to change, particularly for senior citizens. People get, they're in their homes, they're set in their ways, things are unlikely to change. This is a good thing. It's one of the things that surrounds our ageing in place policy. Nevertheless, this is a high trust system. So I'm going to want to hear from the Minister just how exactly we intend to verify those applications. Obviously, the great majority of people respond really, really well to a high trust system. but there are always a few who try to rort it. So we are going to want to hear from the Minister as to what is going to be done to ensure that the system operates as intended and that it serves the people that it is intended to serve, that is the Super Gold card holders with an income of less than $45,000. A final thought, Madam Speaker. This is going through under urgency. It is legislation that we do want to see going through the House. It's not clear that it needs to be passed tonight, but it does need to be passed soon. So I guess that use of urgency is appropriate. But perhaps the Leader of the House could have considered putting it further up the order paper. I fail to see why we had to deal with David Seymour's vanity bill of the Regulatory Systems Bill ahead of dealing with this. If this was so time dependent, why should this should have been further up the order paper? I'm going to invite the Leader of the House to reflect on not just how much he crammed into that urgency order and whether it was all strictly necessary. This one, I can make a case for it, but just hold that thought. Mr Bishop.
Ryan Hamilton.
These have been very exciting, Madam Speaker. We've seen legislation to support business. We've seen legislation to support our young people, 16 and 17-year-olds. And tonight we see legislation to support our seniors. I commend this bill to the House.
Jenny Salisa.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for the call on the rates rebate amendment bill. And it is always a good feeling, especially for those of us who've been here for a little while, when we come to the House after so many hours, lack of sleep last night, but when we actually agree on a bill, when the bill actually does something good. And I do want to reflect on Honourable Minister Casey Costello's speech, reminding us that this was actually a policy of New Zealand First. I'd like to congratulate them for this bill. But can I also reiterate that we support meaningful rebate relief, Madam Speaker, especially for those who need it most. Our kaumātua, our pensioners, those who all deserve to be treated with dignity, to have security and to be supported to continue living for as long as they can in the place that they've worked really hard for most of their life, the place that they call home. Madam Speaker, this bill is needed because, and I'll just cover some of the main issues that the bill covers. Older couples living on superannuation in Aotearoa, New Zealand, many of them earn just above the general income threshold, but they're excluded from receiving the full or any rates rebate currently. I also do want to reflect on something that my colleague, the Honourable Deborah Russell, reminded us of earlier on, that the original bill was passed under a Labor government in 1973. When you actually, under Norman Kirk, and when you actually look at the regulatory impact statement, we've heard a number of times the fact that there's $155 million over 4 years for this overall bill, but I do want to remind the House that the current scheme actually invests $82 million currently. So the new money that's been added to this legislation is an additional $32.9 million. And my colleague Tangi Utukere covered earlier on that it amounts to several cents. Madam Speaker, I looked through the RIS and it actually is $15 is the overall amount that when this bill becomes law. So in terms of the scope, it is somewhat limited. So it is one of the concerns that we'll ask the Minister during the Committee of the Whole House questions on. But I'll go back to what the bill actually covers. It proposes to be fairer for older New Zealanders. It will reduce hardship for low-income seniors. Many pensioners, of course, are asset-rich, but many of them are income poor. It maintains the existing rates of the rebate framework, but it adds the super gold threshold by order in council. And the reason why it does this, Madam Speaker, is so that it gives it flexibility over time, so that we don't always have to come back to the House to go through a long process like we are under urgency tonight. And it focuses support where the need is greatest. Older people on fixed income affected by the rising living costs that many are right now, including those who live in my electorate in South Auckland and Pamia or Tahoe. However, we still have quite a few concerns. The bill creates a two-tiered system, Madam Speaker. It sets threshold based on age and status, which could be seen as inequitable for low-income non-retirees. As I mentioned earlier on, it is limited in scope. The maximum rebate increases is only $15. It only increases it from $790 to $805. Yes, $15 will be a lot of money for some people, but it is still quite modest, especially when you look at the average rates that people pay in Aotearoa. It is between $3,000 to $4,000 per year. It does not also address the deeper housing cost drivers that we face right throughout Aotearoa. Madam Speaker, the rates are rising faster than incomes. Home ownership is falling, particularly for Māori and for Pacific. And for young people, so many young people are locked out of home ownership, and many New Zealanders are being squeezed from every side. Madam Speaker, we have many more questions, but we'll address it when the Minister takes the chair. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Nancy Lou.
Madam Speaker, this is a $150 million initiative support from the government for 66,000 more seniors. The opposition asks why we make it so fast. Well, we are a government that delivers, and we deliver fast. I commend the bill to the House.
Lydia Cicino. It's a pleasure to be able to make another contribution. And Madam Speaker, in my opening contribution, I did elaborate further as to this side of the House. We will be supporting this bill, but I have some real concerns around the process and the urgency in terms of our community and the consultation. And the reason why I raise it again is because when I have read the regulatory impact statement and seen the steps that have been taken and carefully read and understood the primary benefit. The primary benefit is really important for our seniors in our community who have Super Gold card and their holders, that they are entitled to this benefit. They then take the steps to understand the eligibility. And the other concern that I have is there were only a small group of councils who actually were consulted, but they weren't given specific information because of the budget sensitivity around the Cabinet rules. What is important, Madam Speaker, is when we see a good piece of legislation that could have gone further by way of public engagement, what is the government afraid of? It should be when there is a good piece of legislation that will help our seniors in our community who have worked so hard in their lifetime to contribute. And now some of those households are not eligible. Some of the households have got limited income. It's described all in here. What is the government so afraid of in terms of public engagement? The reason why I want to stress public engagement, although some parts of our community have diverse communities by way of Māori, by way of Pasifika, by way of ethnic and our disability community, their views to be consulted are important. And sometimes as parliamentarians in the House, we have to consult with our community. So, Madam Speaker, it's really important that we can't just sit here on the different sides of the House and then be as arrogant as sometimes we can be, or not listening, or not having kōrero. It is important to have engagement, the proper process. There is no select committee process. And so we find ourselves in a position where It's not that we're guessing. We know the benefit of this system, but we have to continue to ask the questions to that side of the House that whilst we support it, when you have limited engagement with councils who have a number of elected members on the ground who could have gone further and been able to contribute in a process. And I understand, because it's right here, the limitations and constraints in terms of the analysis, that Cabinet agreed with a preferred option and had broader budget decisions and had agreed on the start date. So those things we have to question, and we look forward to the time with the Minister so that we can run it through committee stage. But Madam Speaker, there is an expectation that councils or territorial authorities will just be able to receive a system and then be able just to run with it. Ministers, please, we've listened to you. Can you please just listen to us? Thank you. I want to raise that in the proposals that are now going to be effective with councils, there is the expectation and the intention that council staff that will just pick this up and run with it without further income, further administrative costs. Are those staff trained? Do the staff have proper processes in place? We don't know that. The RIS also pointed out, due to the sensitive nature of these proposals, that they did do some consultation. So that has been helpful. However, have we got a proper, comprehensive and robust system that when this comes live, it will benefit some of the seniors? So, Madam Speaker, the policy problem that this solution is for is the rates rebate scheme. How will it work? How will it work? So what I've read in the RIS is that some households, and it says right here on page 9, 110,000 households will benefit from this scheme in terms of the cost of rebates in the 20, 24 and 25. You've heard from my colleagues in terms of the dollar sign, that's going to be a good thing, but still I have questions around the public engagement. There is the intention or the assumption that once this is rolled out, everybody will know about it. Well, they won't. I can tell you that, because in my part of South Auckland, there are still questions around rates rebate schemes. Some of our households, Pasifika, Māori, ethnic, they don't understand fully the benefit and the eligibility of the scheme. There's an assumption that is made that council will just roll it out and then council can give the bill to Internal Affairs to get their money back. So there are systems in place that sometimes our public don't understand, but they need to understand what they are entitled to. So my plea is to the ministers, I know they want to get through because they want to go home. I'm asking around the fairness and the design of this scheme. It's important that the aspects that we raise on the different sides of the House are taken into account so that feedback is given to the councils and the public officials who can understand the constraints and the limitedness to make and design a better system. Madam Speaker, I'm really concerned at the problems that may not always be answered, particularly for the households that are eligible. And if I think of some of the seniors in my community where they've got very limited income, they're only on superannuation, they've got increase in insurance, increase in petrol, increase in other household expenses, it's a real issue if they speak only a Pacific language. They're quite fearful of public officials. They don't have the interpretation skills. They don't even have digital skills. So they're quite limited as to how they can access information that is important so that they can understand their responsibilities and obligations. Because we want the seniors to understand their financial security. And if they need help running their households, where do they approach? Who do they approach? Do they approach council? Do they approach internal affairs? So those are the issues that I continue to raise. But Madam Speaker, it's important for our parliamentarians that they understand the pressures, and I'm sure some of them do. They understand the pressures that are facing our seniors in the community, particularly with the cost of living, particularly with this government making different choices around cutting women's pay equity. Back to the bill, one of the things that I wanted to raise was that what I wanted to raise, Madam Speaker, you've had your time in the House, thank you. We're having our time. So one of the things that I wanted just to highlight, and we will get the time with the Minister to ask questions, it is important to have a full cost benefit analysis so that we are fully informed, that we can make right decisions and give the contribution that is important, because we get lobbied by people in our local communities. It's important when this scheme, rates rebate scheme, is for our community, then we've got to help people, educate them that you take this path, you take this step, so that you can understand what you are eligible for. So, Madam Speaker, we will be supporting it, but we will continue to ask those questions to the Minister so that his officials will hear our questions and it will be recorded for those who are at home. We want to help them understand what they are eligible for. So, Madam Speaker, just as I finish up in the last seconds, this is a very important scheme that some New Zealanders, senior New Zealanders, are eligible for. And it is my hope that those who are eligible for it will apply for it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Dan Bidwell.
Madam Speaker, this is a great bill. We respect our seniors. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Rates Rebate Amendment Bill, second reading.
This bill is set down for committee stage presently.
Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Todd McClay.
I present a legislative statement on Invest New Zealand Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Invest New Zealand Bill be now read a first time. The purpose of the bill is to establish a new Crown entity, Invest New Zealand, and provide for its function and operation so that it can help to position New Zealand as a premier destination for foreign direct investment. Investment is key to economic growth. It fuels innovation, drives productivity, and ensures that world-class businesses have the capital they need to scale. Foreign investment is crucial because, as well as bringing in new capital to support the growth of New Zealand firms, it also strengthens our international connections, facilitates technological transfer and the commercialisation of our science base, creates jobs, enhances infrastructure development and contributes overall to boosting New Zealand's productive capacity and competitiveness on a global scale. As of March 2024, New Zealand's foreign direct investment stock was $158.5 billion, about 39% of our GDP. This is below the OECD average of 52% and considerably below Ireland, a comparable small advanced economy whose FDI stock sits at 260% of their GDP. And while last year our FDI grew by 5%, compared to Singapore, which grew at 31%, we have much work to do. New Zealand produces world-class businesses with huge potential. Sectors like fintech and finance, renewable energy, clean tech, advanced transportation, aquaculture and food manufacturing all have companies that are scaling, innovating and looking for global partners to help them grow. In order to attract that investment, we need to grow the economy. We must scale up our efforts and take a more coordinated strategic approach to investment attraction. By establishing a dedicated standalone agency focused solely on attracting foreign direct investment, we will do just that. Invest New Zealand will be the government's front for foreign direct investment, cutting through bureaucracy and proactively securing major investments. Through the establishment of Invest New Zealand, we'll remove unnecessary barriers so investing here is easier, efficient and predictable. And Invest New Zealand will be able to target high-impact investment in key sectors like technology, agri-tech, renewable energy, fintech, finance and advanced manufacturing, and many more. Proactively engage with global investors and multinationals, showcasing the unique advantages of doing business in New Zealand, and support high-growth Kiwi businesses to become investment-ready so they can scale up and expand internationally. Madam Speaker, this is a relatively straightforward bill, but I would like to summarise some of the bill's key features. It establishes Invest New Zealand as an autonomous Crown entity. It sets out the function of the entity. Its main function will be to facilitate and enable increased overseas investment in New Zealand. The bill also lists the additional functions for Invest New Zealand in order to carry out the main functions, including facilitating connections and collaboration between overseas investors, New Zealand investors, research institutions, organisations, and provide investment opportunities for businesses and build and share knowledge about overseas investors, the investment environment in New Zealand and investment opportunities here. To provide advice and information to government on policies and legislation needed to attract overseas investment, including identifying and advising on options for reform that are likely to enable further overseas investment and carry out any additional function in relation to investment. The bill provides ability for Invest New Zealand to charge fees and to recover costs if it chooses to do so, and the bill also includes some transitional provisions to ensure transfer of employees, assets and liabilities from the New Zealand Trade and Enterprise, which currently carries out investment activity, to Invest New Zealand functions smoothly. Madam Speaker, the government is committed to showing the world that New Zealand is open for business. Alongside our ambition to double exports by value for 10 years, Invest New Zealand will be able to ensure that New Zealand attracts the capital it needs to drive growth, create jobs and deliver for all New Zealanders. I commend this bill to the House.
Great Minister. Honourable Damien O'Connor.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much, and thanks to the Minister for explaining some of the bill. Labor has always appreciated and valued the investment that's come into this country over the last, I guess, couple of hundred years that has enabled us to get to where we are as a nation. So we acknowledge the importance of foreign investment. But I'm not sure that we need a real estate agency to sell off New Zealand, as is being proposed in this legislation. The question we must always ask of any legislation in this House is why? Because actually we have New Zealand Trade and Enterprise, and the Minister's responsible for what is a very high-performing government agency that has as part of its mandate to identify and to attract, where necessary, investment into our country to provide opportunities for New Zealanders and for New Zealand. There are many questions that we will ask in relation to this piece of legislation, because Labor is not convinced that this is indeed necessary. And there are provisions proposed in this that lead to some serious questions around the independence of the agency, the ability of the Minister and the government to have direct intervention and influence in who might it be attracting and who it might be facilitating. And Madam Speaker, we in Labor have always, as I said, supported foreign investment with some safeguards. And if it is just to sell off assets, land or IP from this country by bringing in investors, then that will not deliver the net benefit that our country needs. Madam Speaker, we have no shortage of capital in this country. No, we don't actually. No, actually, well, that's if the members over there would like to go and just do some research on the amount of New Zealand capital that is invested offshore, it is literally hundreds of billions of dollars. This is New Zealanders' money, hundreds of billions that is invested offshore to attract income, we accept that, and we already have foreign investment in this country that is quite significant. And indeed, in March 2024, we had a level of about $171 billion of foreign investment in our country. Put to good purpose for the most part, delivering $26 billion of income for those investors that flows offshore outside of our economy. Madam Speaker, we have, as I say, $128 billion at last count of investment offshore. And the question should be asked as we're moving forward to manage investment flows in and out of our country as to whether we would be better off investing in ourselves, and indeed we may reduce the outflow of capital. The $26 billion might be reduced, that could be kept in our country to keep the economy going, and whether long term that would deliver us the sovereign rights and control of the direction of our economy. Madam Speaker, this bill simply sets up an agency to shift the investment objectives of New Zealand trade and enterprise into an autonomous government agency under the direction of a minister who can direct a chief executive to provide guidance to the board. For what purposes? It's very vague. So while we appreciate and understand the value of foreign investment into our country and have done to get us to where we are, the question is, do we need a real estate agency, as is being set up here, to simply go out and attract buyers of assets and of the valuable part of our country, be it businesses, be it IP, be it land or houses, just for the benefit of foreign investors? Madam Speaker, Labor will not support this bill, and we will be questioning it right through the House.
Lawrence Sunan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think if we first need to address, I guess in some ways, the bigger question in this from here we are speaking on a new bill despite that we have pulled the plug halfway through a committee stage of a bill, and then we have just stopped at the previous bill in second reading to introduce a new bill, because this government frankly can't handle the fact that every bill they introduce in this House under this urgency is frankly baseless and without an ounce of evidence and cannot stand the opposition's scrutiny. So what we are seeing is all of these sort of things being pushed through as a result.
Point of order, Simon Court.
Madam Speaker, I'm a little bit concerned that the member there in his diatribe, while I know we're in the middle of a debate, just forgot that the Greens just supported the last government bill, Madam Speaker.
That's not a point of order, Mr. Court.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank that member for his contribution, although juvenile as it is. Now, when we are looking at this particular bill, when we're looking at this Investment New Zealand bill, essentially what we are asking for is to set up a brand new agency that's going to cost New Zealand taxpayers millions of dollars under urgency without the ability to scrutinize. And that's the thing. We are pushing through bills under first and second reading only because of the fact that we are under urgency and we don't have to go to our select committee stage. Because let me put it on record as saying, if this bill we are going straight to second reading without a committee stage, then it is the government trying to avoid having to call another urgency for a select committee stage. And that is clear, if that we are going to second reading. Now, when it comes to, that's why I'm proposing the question. That's why it's a question, we shall see. But when we're looking at this bill, I think the first question is, look, trade is important. It is a fundamental aspect of human civilization, and it's one of the earliest forms of profession in the world. It is supposed to be something that benefits everyone within the community. Indeed, under the last government, we saw the report for Trade for All being produced on improvements that we could be making in terms of our trade opportunities and potential here in Aotearoa. And let me tell you, Madam Speaker, this new agency was not part of that Trade for All report. This agency that we are looking at here will do nothing to genuinely support the people of Aotearoa other than selling Aotearoa off bits at a time, both in terms of human capital and in terms of our physical environment. Why do we need this? I think that is the question. Why do we need this? When in all of the reviews we've done for NZTE, that's the trade enterprise, didn't show any evidence, to my knowledge, that suggests that NZTE is not performing. So why are we carving out what NZTE is already doing into a new agency? Who is this agency going to be for? And I think the previous speaker, the Honourable Damien O'Connor, captured this really accurately. We see in the department, in the regulatory impact analysis, that people saying that there are asymmetries of information, investment, and biases between domestic and international. Oh, should we be criticized and penalized for taking care of our own people? Is that what we're looking at here? This bill here, Madam Speaker, is nothing more than a terms of reference that is riddled with concerns and issues and biases and monopolization and lack of transparency for something that it should be benefiting everyone in Aotearoa as expressed in the Trade for All report. So I won't, in my first reading, talk about the specificities of this because, frankly, I am still looking forward to the possibility of having a select committee stage to really discuss with the officials and the ministers and also the New Zealand public on why we should be spending all of this money on this agency in the first place. So, Madam Speaker, the Green Party of Aotearoa will not support this particular bill because we do not see this as something that will be beneficial to trade in Aotearoa in the long term. And if we do not have a select committee stage and we'll move on to second reading, there's a lot more for me to say on that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Are you seeking a call, Mr. Court?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
I call Simon Court.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The ACT Party will, of course, support this bill. This is a great bill. It establishes Invest New Zealand as a Crown entity to facilitate, promote and support foreign direct investment in New Zealand. New Zealand has historically lacked a standalone, centralised agency focused exclusively on attracting capital and investment. Investment functions have been spread across multiple agencies, including New Zealand Trade and Enterprise, the Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment, and of course regional economic development bodies. This bill responds to recommendations from economic advisory groups telling the government the international investors, local investors need to know how to access government so we can participate in major projects and new assets. We need a coordinated and strategic approach to attract investment. Links this bill to the Overseas Investment Act because, as Minister Jones made clear in his reply to the budget, this bill is complementary. There's no point in setting up Invest New Zealand, however, unless we start treating investors as a taonga rather than terrorists like the opposition would. Invest New Zealand makes it clear we want them to come here and we will respect them. Labor won't support it, but their finance spokesperson recently agreed with the use of public-private partnerships, which, because of their scale, rely heavily on not just local investors, but international investors prepared to bring billions of dollars to New Zealand to help us deliver major projects. That is incoherent, and it shows that Labour are not fit to govern New Zealanders, not for years, not for decades at the rate they're going. And of course, the Greens won't support it, and they don't believe in growing New Zealand's pie with international investment, only cutting New Zealand's wealth into smaller and smaller plant-sized bites. This is a positive and impactful piece of legislation. Provides a single point of contact for investors. It's been hard to connect investors to major public projects. Invest New Zealand is going to play a big part in that. It's going to help align New Zealand with international best practice, where many countries have dedicated investment promotion agencies. It's going to support economic development. It's going to attract investment into priority sectors, all of those sectors where we know New Zealand lacks a lot of capital oomph. And it's going to support regional development by directing investment to areas with growth potential, but that are often overlooked by significant local investors. And of course, it's going to facilitate stronger public-private collaboration. It's going to encourage co-investment models and joint ventures aligned with our national interest. It's going to direct investors to these major project opportunities like corrections, Christchurch men's prison expansion, and the Northern Corridor project to link Auckland to Whangarei, 100 kilometres of new highway that's going to be a phenomenal growth engine for the North Island and Northland. It supports the government's economic strategy, going for growth, attracting investors to New Zealand so that we can actually grow the market for jobs and make New Zealand a wealthier place to live. This bill is part of a broader economic transformation agenda focused on lifting productivity, diversifying the economy, and building resilience in the New Zealand investment and infrastructure market through high-quality, sustainable investment opportunities that are identified and managed by Invest New Zealand. On behalf of ACT, I commend this bill to the House.
The Honourable Mark Patterson.
Speaker, I rise as well to support this bill on behalf of New Zealand First. At its core, it's a very simple bill. It sets up the Crown entity, the structure, Invest New Zealand, which is a one-stop shop to enable the attraction of foreign capital in New Zealand. So we do support this bill. That said, New Zealand First, it is no secret that New Zealand First is at the more cautious end of the coalition regarding foreign investment. New Zealand First, it says it on the tin, and we are unwavering in our view that assets like farmland, existing family homes, fishing quota, key strategic assets like ports and airports, and it is certainly our preference that the state builds our own hospitals and schools. We must not become tenants in our own land. There is no free lunch with foreign investment, and we need to be aware of that. We have a structural current account deficit, and the sale of all our major banks offshore shows that it is not one-way traffic. But we are pragmatic, and we are not for Fortress New Zealand. New Zealand has always needed foreign investment, and it certainly does now. We have insufficient funds to address a major infrastructure deficit. I think the other thing this bill does is it does actually focus NZTE on the doubling exports part of it, getting out, building our export base and creating market opportunities for our exporters. Our vision for Invest New Zealand is to attract high quality, long-term foreign investors who can assist us in building capacity, new capacity to grow the economy, create jobs, build infrastructure, and bring expertise, particularly in areas around mining, energy, and further manufacturing. And it does give us, as the Minister said, access to their domestic and international markets. That is a good thing. That is actually an essential thing. Every member of the Parliament should have digested this book and be memorising it. the fiscal strategy report. It shows us that if we do not grow the growth curve bend in this country, future politicians are not too far down the line are going to have to be making some very painful choices. New Zealand First chooses growth, so we choose to support this bill. So in do so, we're making New Zealanders more welcoming and seamless entity to attract high quality foreign investment. So New Zealand First will support this bill.
Maria Mino, Kapakini.
Kia ora, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to raise this glass just like my beloved cousin did the other night when he gave his magnificent speech with oil in it and expressing what Pāti Māori might do with it and what the Green Party would do with it. And I do that just to, I guess, add a little bit of interest to the speech that I'm about to provide you. Todd, in 1990, I was in a room with your dad in Taupo. And the question to all that were there was a number of politicians, and it was, the question was, Todd McClay, sorry.
If you could ask you to kororo mai ki au, kaua ki te tau.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was expressing to Todd McClay, I was at Aotearoa in 1990 with Todd McClay's father, Roger McClay, and we were discussing the question they were discussing as these politicians, what is tino rangatiratanga? And his wonderful kōrero was, well, I think I've just been down to Ngāti Porou, he said, and it's about all these young boys planting trees up the Maunga meno. And I said, well, that's not tino rangatiratanga, that is merely the beginning of, that's just our young fellas planting trees. Tino rangatiratanga in 1990 is more than that. It was not just about planting the trees. It was decided whether trees would be planted at all, where would they be planted, how would they be planted, when would they be harvested, where would they be sold, would we sell them, and all of that. That is tino rangatiratanga. So in this regard to this, this investment idea, it concerns me greatly. It concerns me greatly from that, you know, Todd McClay, that particular time with your dear dad, to now, things have, I'd say, gone downhill even further. So the key to economic growth. So this is what I know about key economic growth for Māori. Tourists come to Aotearoa to see Māori people. They come to see the things, our tikanga. They come to see our haka. They come to understand what the indigenous whānau, what we're made up of. In fact, what I'm about to go do in a couple of weeks' time, Mr. Speaker, when I go to Japan. So, and what they want to understand is, see, we have our Māori ownership of our own Māori businesses, Māori contribution to our, we have our own diverse range of Māori businesses. Yes, we've got the primary industries, we've got agriculture, into forest, Te Aupōuri, we've got one of the biggest, you know, pieces of dirt with lots of trees on it. So I get it from that aspect. That's Māori in business, understanding and knowing how do we do that at home? How do we look after that at home? How does that flourish on our own lands, from our own business models in our own ways? So I want to make those points as I go to the next about, oh, and by the way, we're great at fashion, we're great at food, we're great at health models, and we're great at rongoa. Those are all the things that Māori have and know, and our own kit there, right? We do all of that. We do all of that. We do all of that. And would I want to sell that off? Well, absolutely not. So, why this is bad? And there's a bunch of bad ones. They all link together. So when all the bad things get together, they call it Treaty Principles Bill. Oh, got voted down, that's right, sorry, I'll put that aside. And then you add the fast track approvals, that's very bad. And then you add regulatory standards, let's just really worsen the scenario. And then treaty clause review. All of those together, when you bunch all of that together, we are buried and that boot is still on our throat, Mr. Speaker. So when you come with look, we've got this little idea and we've got to set up an agency and it's going to be good for you, Maori, so, you know, just give us thumbs up. It's not going to happen. We need to understand how it's going to occur, whether we even want it, at all. And from what I'm reading, it doesn't look good. No, I wouldn't want to sell off to the highest bidder. When investors from overseas don't know us, don't appreciate us, they will not bring their profits home. They will swan on by and go, see you, Meno, that was really real, thank you very much. We never see them again. If they don't know us and they don't understand, and I mean us, I mean tangata whenua. They don't know us, they won't appreciate us. That is why this is a dangerous idea. And shucks, we will not support it in any regard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Cameron Brewer.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, this is not about selling off New Zealand. This is actually about building New Zealand, building New Zealand. What the hell did they build for 6 years? Nothing. Nothing. We would love to be wandering around the country cutting their ribbons, but with absolutely no ribbons to cut. They left us with nothing other than debt. Invest New Zealand will streamline the investment process and provide tailored support to foreign investors. It will increase capital investment across critical infrastructure, building roads, building tunnels, building bridges, like that $56 billion bridge you were going to build over the harbour in Auckland. Never done, never achievable, but you promised it. Fostering greater innovation in key sectors, attracting world-class talent to the shores. I commend this bill.
Ruben Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I finally get to deliver a speech on this Invest New Zealand bill. I thought I was going to be doing that this morning because I heard that we were under urgency, but it doesn't appear that there's much happening very urgently. So I think false advertising on the part of our government. I thought it would be very good to reflect before we step into the purpose of this bill on where we are at in budget week, particularly for our science, innovation and technology sector, which this bill affects deeply. Because what we've seen in the budget in this last week is a whole lot of money being moved around and away from our science, innovation and technology sector. This is a sector that, since this government came into power, has faced unprecedented uncertainty and inconsistency to the point that it has created a crisis in our science sector. A member calls out rubbish, obviously hasn't had conversations with the people who hold it together. Now, coming back to the bill, specifically back to the policy objective of the bill. Now, this bill says in its explanatory notes that it wants to provide a permissive environment. That does not sound to me like responsible investment. I can see New Zealand First MPs quaking in fear about a permissive environment, and they will shake and quake even more if they read on to see the note that says, if directed by the responsible minister. That is singular, just the one minister, if directed by the minister. Trust is at risk here with this bill, with the level of power that it hands over to a small number of people when it comes to the matter of investment in New Zealand, or let's talk about what it is, selling New Zealand. Now, I don't know if you've seen one of these before. It's a regulatory impact statement, a very rare breed in this House. A very rare breed. Not only do they not read them, as pointed out by one of my colleagues, very rarely do they ask for them. But option one in this regulatory impact statement, two magic words, status quo, which means this very bill and the objective that it sets out already has a function of government doing exactly what you claim to want to be doing. Reading on through the RIS, under balance of benefits and costs, it simply says it is difficult to anticipate quantitative benefits. It is difficult to anticipate quantitative benefits. Let's keep reading. Limitations and constraints on analysis. This'll be interesting. Various factors limit our ability to quantify the exact net increase in foreign direct investment that will be attributable to this policy initiative. It goes on, and I will too. Decisions have been made on this process prior to this regulatory analysis. This has necessitated decisions being made about Invest NZ at an earlier stage before analysis could be completed. New Zealand First are starting to look like they feel a little sick and reach for the bucket because this is where it gets bad. The speed of implementation required for establishing Invest New Zealand presents risk of delivery as inadequate time may compromise development of the entity's functions. We should be very concerned, and we are, which is why we are opposing this bill. But it is unbelievable to see that the priorities of this government under urgency, which I must say they've moved at record slowness, but under their version of urgency, are trying to push this bill through. I have plenty more to say on it. I look forward to further calls, and most of all, I look forward to dissecting it slowly in the committee stage.
Ryan Hamilton.
Mr. Speaker, that was a weird speech, but what I would like to say is we've got a great Prime Minister, a great Trade Minister that wants to do business with the real world. So up until now, we've been all show, no go, all hooey, no doey. Well, that stops tonight. I commend this bill to the House.
The Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a tiny bit of history for the newbies on the other side of the House.
Listen up.
There used to be an entity called Investment New Zealand. It actually wasn't actually especially effective. And so eventually, instead of being a standalone entity within NZTNE, it was folded back into NZTE. Now, this is back in around about 2003. This has been tried before. It didn't work then, and it's actually not clear how it's going to work now. The regulatory impact statement is a joy in terms of finding ways to say to the Minister, you're wrong. It's actually just a misplaced policy. I think one of the ways that you can see most clearly that it is a misdirected policy at best is by looking at the comparisons that are made with Invest Ireland and the claims that Invest Ireland is what has made Ireland successful in attracting all the multinational companies and attracting the high-tech investment and so on. I have to say that's disingenuous at best. It's sort of the whole thing that there's, of course, the first thing is that Ireland, of course, is much physically closer to the economic powerhouse of Europe. In fact, it's part of it. But here's the other thing that is quite different about Ireland in terms of attracting foreign direct investment. It's not the existence of Invest Ireland, it's the extraordinarily low corporate tax rate, which in fact amounts to a huge subsidy by Ireland to the foreign direct investors in Ireland. It is a huge subsidy. And here's the thing. We agree that it is worthwhile working with foreign investors. We agree that there can be a place for it, that it is a useful way to leverage our own capital in order to ensure that we get some of our projects built. That's not the issue in itself. The issue is that foreign investors want a return. They don't come here because they think New Zealand is a pretty country. They don't come here because of hobbits and orcs and mountains and all those sorts of things. They come here because they want a return. And a return that takes money out of New Zealand as well. Now, that doesn't, ideally, everyone gets better off because of foreign investment. but it has to be really very, very carefully assessed in the first place as to whether or not it is worth us going down that track. Instead of this particular project, which is just laying out the welcome mat and saying, come in and take what you want. That is not a good strategy for New Zealand. So we really need to examine this very, very thoroughly. And it's quite amazing because this project of Invest New Zealand was announced by the Prime Minister way back on the 24th of January this year. That was an announcement. It was off the back of the Science Advisory Group report. He announced Invest New Zealand back on the 24th of January. And yet it has taken until now to get this legislation into the House. And not only that, it is being done under urgency in which we suspect will be used to skip the select committee process, so that this proposal cannot be adequately examined by this Parliament. That is a disgrace. You know, the way that urgency has been used this session is appalling. There is good reason for using urgency to put some tax changes through. There is good reason for using urgency when fiscal needs prohibit it. But doing it for this, for setting up a particular Crown organisation, that is an abuse of urgency. We have fought urgency all the way this time. We've kept us here until 1 o'clock, and it's because that side of the House has abused urgency. And every time that side of the House abuses urgency, we will test and test and test it to the limit. Say goodbye to your families, people. We will test this all the way.
Nancy Lou.
Our budget is about growth, growth, growth. So Invest New Zealand will unlock this potential. Invest New Zealand will grow New Zealand. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti kore e whakai.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The motion is agreed to.
Invest New Zealand Bill, first reading.
This bill is set down for second reading immediately.
Speaker.
The Honourable Todd McCann.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Invest New Zealand Bill be now read a second time. I want to thank all members across the House for the views they've shared during the first reading, but I would like to clarify a couple of points because I don't think the bill is as well understood as it could be. I'd like to be clear that Invest New Zealand will be focused on attracting investment into high-value sectors with the potential to raise productivity, expand research and development, and drive increased activity by multinationals and other investors in the New Zealand economy. It will not work to attract investment in sectors that could pose national security risks in New Zealand, and investment will still need to comply with the Overseas Investment Act. It doesn't alter that, it is guided by it. Mr. Speaker, as outlined in the first reading speech, the key functions of this bill are to establish Invest New Zealand as an autonomous Crown agency, an entity to focus on bringing investment to New Zealand rather than a broader mandate that New Zealand Trade and Enterprise currently has, and to provide for its objectives, functions and operations. This will be by establishing an agency whose sole focus is attracting that investment, and we have exciting opportunities to transform New Zealand into a top-tier destination for high-quality international investment that's good for New Zealand and good for New Zealanders. And I do note the comments by the Honourable Damien O'Connor, and I know that when he previously, in the last government, was Trade Minister, he had many opportunities to talk to investors from around the world that were interested in investing in New Zealand. I dare say and imagine he tried to attract them to New Zealand into areas that would help grow the the economy or in partnership grow New Zealand businesses, but he too will have realised that it is often harder than it should be for that capital to come to New Zealand to benefit New Zealanders, to grow the economy, and it often goes elsewhere. We should compare ourselves against the country in the world with the highest level of foreign direct investment on a GDP basis, which is Ireland. We should compare ourselves to Singapore, that attracted almost 8 times the foreign direct investment last year that New Zealand did, because in both cases their citizens earn more, they have more opportunity provided for them, they have better jobs, and they've done it in partnership with that capital. We can't get rich selling to ourselves. We won't become wealthier by only investing in ourselves. This is a nation that has always attracted foreign direct investment. This government backs growth, it backs New Zealanders, it backs the companies of New Zealand, and I commend this bill to the House.
The Honourable Damien O'Connor.
Speaker, I take issue with that minister who said we will not get wealthy by investing in ourselves. What an outrageous, unpatriotic statement to make in this Parliament. What we need is to invest in ourselves, Mr. Speaker, in ways of education, in ways of research and development, in better housing, in infrastructure, investing in ourselves, believing in ourselves, and getting the return through future generations, not seeing the 191 people who leave this country every single day because they've lost faith in New Zealand and going somewhere else. Mr. Speaker, I'll go to the regulatory impact statement, the government's own assessment of this. Quote, note that an increase in the level of foreign investment will not necessarily equate to an improvement in access to capital or productivity. This is because the impacts of the increased foreign direct investment are dependent on the characteristics of the domestic firms. Investment in non-productive areas will not necessarily improve access to capital, particularly if a given domestic sector already has sufficient access to capital. Foreign direct investment will only improve access to capital if it is directed to sectors and firms where access to capital is currently lacking. Mr. Speaker, we welcome and have welcomed foreign investment into this country. The Minister's right. We do talk to people who are interested in coming to our country, but for the right reasons, to ensure that we have long-term benefit from that, not just selling off our country. And in fact, the primary objective of this agency is, quote, is sought in relation to the outcomes is an increase, quote, an increase in the level of foreign direct investment in New Zealand. Full stop. We have amendments that we'll talk about in the committee stages that ensure, subject to the net benefit and ongoing sustainable development for our country. We're not here just to deliver profits and returns for foreign investors. We're here, well, I am, and people on this side of the House are here for New Zealand and our future generations, not for the opportunities of foreign investors. We're happy to have partnerships, but we must ensure that the benefits accrue to us. We're told, Mr. Speaker, that we have a shortage of capital. I don't think many New Zealanders would understand, quote, we have 373, well, sorry, we did have in March 2024, it's probably improved since then, $373 billion of New Zealanders' money invested offshore. Well, I would suggest that many sensible New Zealanders would say, actually, why aren't we investing a little bit more of that ourselves? We have KiwiSaver funds, and can I thank Michael Cullen and the Labor government for finally committing ourselves to develop investment funds that we own and we can control. Well, how much is there? $111 billion in KiwiSaver funds. The superannuation fund is $76 billion. 85%, yes, it is invested offshore. And can I say that because the fund managers have freedom to invest wherever they like, and they receive incomes and bonuses on the basis of maximising the return, the short-term return, not the long-term, the short-term return for their incomes. Mr. Speaker, what I suggest, the ACT Party will never understand this. I'm not even going to try and explain it to them. The long-term returns to our country depend upon investing in infrastructure and assets and people and research and development that give us more opportunities into the future. I suspect, and someone asked, why did this bill come to the House now under urgency? Well, I think it's because Winston Peters is away. Because, let me quote, New Zealand First stands for controls.
A point of order, Simon Court.
Point of order. The standing order is very clear. Members are not allowed to refer to other members not being in the House. Ask that member to withdraw and apologise. He's a very experienced member.
Okay, take the point of order, sit down.
I didn't say the member wasn't in the House. I said he's away. It's widely known that he's offshore doing valuable work for us. Mr. Speaker, can I quote?
I take your point, but please move on with your speech.
I am moving on. New Zealand First stands for controls and restrictions on foreign investment. We oppose making it easier for foreigners to come into this country, leave their money, buy their businesses, buy our homes and buy our land. Well, no, not quite. Because if the member goes and reads the objectives of Invest New Zealand, he will find that it's not out to necessarily get, as I quoted from the RIS, not to ensure that the money coming in here, and he can vote for our amendments if he does support this, that it does deliver net sustainable benefits for all New Zealanders. No, it's just coming in, possibly, for opportunistic investments into a country that has no capital gains tax, and those investors can take away, as they did last year, $26 billion from our economy into their pockets. Now, that's perfectly reasonable. They've been able to do that. We can't stop or challenge that. The question is there a better way forward, and can we invest more in ourselves? Because this agency has been set up, in my view, just to sell New Zealand. To sell New Zealand. Well, it's about time we invested in ourselves, and if we do get foreign capital in here, we put conditions and provisions on, as suggested by New Zealand First, and we welcome their support for our amendments. That money can come in and work in partnership, but it must have conditions that ensure the long-term benefit for our country, not at the expense of others. Now, let's have a look at what we see. If it comes into houses, no doubt it will drive up the price of houses. People might feel better in the short term. What does that do to long-term housing affordability? If it comes into research and development, because the government has squeezed money for research and development, they have taken money from a core part of our economic development in the future, and they're hoping that this money will come in and replace it. Well, you don't get something for nothing. And if they're going to invest into our research and development sector and into the bright minds and innovative practices of Kiwis, then those investors are likely to take that IP offshore. Where does that leave us into the future? There are many, many questions in this piece of legislation that we will be asking through the committee stages of this bill. Mr. Speaker, it is a sad day that we have to have a real estate agent for New Zealand, run by the government, that says it wants growth, for them, not for us. Mr. Speaker, I've got real concerns about the direction of travel for our country under this current coalition government. I would have thought that New Zealand First, in particular in this area of foreign investment, would have had the courage to stand up for what it has stated and stood on in principle over many, many years. The Minister said it, New Zealand First. This is not New Zealand First. This is investors first. This is foreign investors first. Well, we'll go and we'll test some of these theories through the committee stages. And I know that ACT have a fairly... They do have a fairly open mind to sell off of anything for any reason. Mr. Speaker, we have tabled a number of amendments, and we look forward to support from New Zealand First for those. They simply put in place safeguards. If this bill is to progress, because the government has the numbers, the least that New Zealand First can do is stand up on its principles and support adequate controls and safeguards that mean this money will deliver additional benefits. Because at the moment, this agency, Sell New Zealand, is simply going to go out, find any money it can, bring it into this country for whatever projects we don't know, and not necessarily deliver the long-term benefits that we need. We appreciate, and I can refer to many projects and many businesses in this country that have been set up and deliver long-term benefits for our country, but they've been set up under governments that have put in place those safeguards. There are no safeguards here, absolutely none. New Zealand Trade and Enterprise did have an overall objective of driving increase in trade and enterprise in this country, and the foreign investment that they sought played into that comprehensive objective. This agency simply brings foreign money into New Zealand for the purposes of the foreign investors.
The member's time has
Mr.
expired.
Speaker, we oppose this legislation.
Speaker.
Dr. Lawrence Unan.
I rise on behalf of the Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand, to here and oppose this bill. Here we are, Mr. Speaker, in second reading because this government simply cannot have the guts to let the New Zealand public weigh in and have a say on an entirely new Crown agency that they are creating here under urgency. And, you know, I look forward to following the second reading, spending the time with everyone here in this House during the committee stage and get a chance to have a chat with the Minister and alongside other members of this House to really scrutinize why we need to have this agency in the first place. So, Mr. Speaker, and also to the government, I look forward to this opportunity coming up after second reading tonight. So, on to the second reading of this speech. I think one of the things that is really apparent, and I want to address this up front and center, is the complete and alarming lack of any form of futility analysis in this bill, and not just on this bill, but also in this bill. The concern that we see when it comes to the department impact statement, you know, what is the policy objective? The policy objective is to lower foreign investors' liability of foreigners as much as possible. And I echo the previous speaker, Honourable Damien O'Connor, to really question this government of who are we placing first here with this agency. If this is the policy objective, is this really putting Aotearoa New Zealand first? Maybe a political party who have supported this bill should call themselves foreigners first instead of New Zealand first. Or even more appropriately, migrants first, because God, that party certainly loved themselves some migrants. When it comes to futility, what we are seeing here is a complete disregard for the foundation document of Aotearoa New Zealand. What we are seeing here, as we see in all of the trade deals that we have been negotiating under this government, and that includes the latest NZ-UAE CEPA, the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, where futility is still being placed as a tag-along, as something that is nice to have rather than a core part of what we are offering here in Aotearoa New Zealand, both to our own people and how we would like to see ourselves projected on the international stage. Mr. Speaker, when we are looking at why people would like to invest in Aotearoa, New Zealand, the world has moved on, but this government has not. This government would love to be stuck in the 18th century, like all of their policies around offshore mining, seabed bottom trawling, when we're looking at opening gas and oil explorations, removing all of our climate obligations, a lackluster emissions reduction plan, not upholding anything under UNDRIP, United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Independent People, putting more prisoners in, putting more Māori and Pacifica in prison, putting more of our young people in prison. That is not what other people would like to contribute. Indeed, we have heard from our overseas partners that they are concerned with the way that Aotearoa, New Zealand is moving. They are concerned because it is out of step with our international obligation. They are concerned at our environmental, complete disregard to environmental protection under this government. So I ask you, Mr. Speaker, under this government and under this agency, what are they hoping to do? When we are looking at this particular bill, and when we are looking at the way that we promote ourselves internationally, our most successful marketing campaign as a country is the fact that we paint ourselves as a clean and green country. Yet the truth now is so much further away from that. What we are seeing are unswimmable rivers. What we're seeing is beaches that with the tiniest bit of rain, or even during dry season, that people can't swim in. Those kind of sustainable or lack of sustainable goals and sustainable targets is not what foreigners or investors would like to invest in, because they are afraid that when they are investing here, for those of them who would like to ask the government or who would like to have the government's ear in terms of opening more offshore drilling or allowing for more mining permits, they know they're only getting a short-term gain out of this. And they know that they can exploit Aotearoa and New Zealand because they couldn't do it to any other country. Other countries have moved on, yet they know. We removed clean car discount. It was a great form of input for us. And you have clean car companies who are like, we were hoping to invest more, but you know what? We've got all of these, really fuel-intensive vehicles that we can't push off to any other country. But you know what? Aotearoa, New Zealand then become a dumping ground for all of these sort of things. And this is what this agency and this bill will allow. We are looking at the fact that when we get to talking about some of these issues, like I said, foreign investors will not invest, or the kind of foreign investors we would like to attract will not invest in a country that doesn't invest in itself. What is so telling about this, and as part of the budget 2025, is the fact that the bulk of the funding that is going to be funded towards Invest New Zealand, as the Honourable Damien O'Connor said so accurately, as a real estate agency for Aotearoa, New Zealand, comes out of the Callaghan Institute. An institute that this government cut, that is supposed to support local and New Zealand entrepreneurs and innovators. Instead, we were taking that money from people of Aotearoa and then trying to use that money to draw overseas investors. That's not going to work, and it's not a long-term solution, Mr. Speaker. It is at most a Band-Aid. We may not even get to the Band-Aid stage because this agency is going to fall apart because there's nothing tangible that we can see that's going to hold this agency in itself accountable to the functions and targets. And with that, we do have a number of amendments that hopefully will amend or address some of these concerns and risks that we are seeing. When we are looking at international trade, we know the precariousness of our position internationally. We have seen, and the minister has also spoken about the fact how the US tariff and the changes in geopolitics has affected our own ability to do trade and how we have to be agile in response to that. So we know from that we should be investing in our own people first. We know that we should be putting in more investments in education, in health, in regional areas, but this is not going to do that. This is a government that wants to talk the talk but not walk the walk. This is a government that through its budget would like to paint a beautiful picture for people of Aotearoa but without addressing any of the core issues that it's experiencing. This is a budget that only reprioritizes money from one area to another because ultimately this is an austere government that only cares about balancing the books but not actually, ironically, invest in New Zealand. So I challenge the House and I challenge all of us to be able to have this debate coming up in the committee stage. Because some of these, as we heard from the minister, we're basing on Singapore, we're basing on Ireland, but you know what? Neither of those two countries care about speculative investment. They are there to invest in genuinely the arts and culture and technology of those countries. They're not there just for the landlords. That is the difference we're seeing between this government and those countries I refer to. So with that, Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand will not support this bill.
Simon Court.
Mr. Speaker, and that is why this bill is needed. Because after 6 years of a Labour Green government wrecking investor confidence, doing crazy things like banning oil and gas exploration, tanking one of our most productive sectors that keeps the lights on and energy prices low, New Zealand is simply not set up to channel the growing interest in investing in this great country that this government has generated with the policies that we are putting in place. We are an open economy and we need investment. We have a hunger for capital. The hundreds of billions of dollars invested here in New Zealand and by Kiwis overseas shows that this is a country that is facing up to the realities of having to grow our business in a pretty tough environment. I'm shocked and surprised that Labour won't support this bill, but look, even hearing about the Greens and Labour spouting this xenophobic nonsense, this fear-mongering about foreigners buying New Zealand assets, it was shocking and disturbing from people who claim to be social justice warriors, and even from people. Again, you can tell for those listening and watching at home how triggering it is to have this pointed out to people who claim to be social justice warriors. The opposition have no credibility in their on this bill. Damien O'Connor and Lauren Junan, the previous speaker, absolutely jumped the shark in their opposition to it. They were unhinged. Labour, the Greens, Te Pāti Māori are unfit to govern ever based on that position. ACT supports this bill because it provides a pathway for international investors to invest in the assets and the infrastructure we so desperately need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Mark Patterson.
Speaker, this is a pretty narrow bill. It's been an interesting philosophical debate, but essentially it's a pretty narrow bill trying to set up this Crown entity, Invest New Zealand. It has seemed to draw a bit of attention to New Zealand First from the Labour Party, and it's following on from Simon Court. What a pale comparison to Labour Party's farce. I can tell you that unless we grow this economy, all the visions that you might have for throwing money around are not going to happen. Look at the things we've championed. Fast track to get projects going. We're supporting Simon Court and Chris Bishop in getting the wider RMA reforms. The Regional Infrastructure Fund, $1.2 billion into regional New Zealand. Championing mining. Remember that? You used to champion mining, Reuben Davison, when you had a Labour Party with the name, and Damien O'Connor. The West Coast is booming thanks to Shane Jones. Water storage and irrigation, energy, the $200 million invested into oil and gas exploration. We will not stand aside like the Labour Party looks like it's doing while New Zealand deindustrialises. We're going to stand up for New Zealand. That'll mean attracting some foreign capital and some overseas expertise. So that's where our focus is. We're going to throw the absolute kitchen sink at this. We're not going to allow ourselves to be smothered by the Greens and their Marxist ideology. Who knows what the Maori Party are doing? But we're going to build this economy and we're going to make it so there's a future for our kids to stay here. That will support the bill.
The Honourable Julianne Genter.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Julianne Genter.
This is like an episode of Utopia. Has anyone seen Utopia? It's meant to be like a satire, but its actual reality is this government, or in the thick of it. Because here we are. There's actually two issues overall with the bill, and I'll start with the first one. The first one is, what is this Invest NZ concept, and how many one-stop shops is the government going to put up? Like, pretty soon they're going to need a one-stop shop for all the one-stop shops. Because first, as previous speakers in this debate have noted, they've got Fast Track as a one-stop shop. But then last year, I don't know if anyone remembers this, the National Infrastructure Funding and Financing, NIFCO, was established. And what is the point of NIFCO? Well, again, it's just another evolved, it's something that's evolved over time and keeps getting different names. But when Minister for Infrastructure Chris Bishop announced NIFCO, he said the agency would be tasked with serving as a quote-unquote shopfront for receiving investment proposals, supporting private infrastructural investment, partnering with agencies and local government on projects involving finance, administering the central government's infrastructure funds. And so previously in the first reading debate, I was intrigued to hear from Mr. Brewer that this bill, Invest NZ, was all about getting foreign investors to come here and build roads and bridges and tunnels. But then which shopfront are they going to go to? Are they going to go to NIFCO or are they going to go to Invest NZ? This is getting very confusing because now we've got two shopfronts to get foreign and private investors into infrastructure, which is actually a core responsibility of the government, and that sort of brings me to my second point. But but firstly, we do really have to laugh about this, right? Because Invest NZ, it just sounds like a Christopher Luxon special. It just sounds like a brainwave he had. Somebody who's been a corporate manager selling deodorant or whatever and, running an airline for a while, their big idea about how to improve productivity for our country is to set up another agency that's going to attract foreign investors. And it's the second agency. And then, that's on top of it's this is the second agency in less than 1 year that they've set up. And they're putting $85 million to set this up over 4 years. $85 million for another agency to interact with investors and try to get them into partnering to building infrastructure, because they can't figure out that actually all we need to do is improve our tax system and make better investment decisions, and then we could actually build the infrastructure that would improve the productivity of our country. And amazingly, changing the tax system is the #1 recommendation from the IMF and the OECD about how to improve productivity in New Zealand is actually tax capital, tax land, don't tax labor. You're overtaxing workers and low-paid workers, and you're not taxing all of the people who are earning money just through passive capital gains. And then people just put all their money, like we've seen in a recent report. How many of the government members have millions and millions of dollars invested in property? Big surprise, they don't want to change the tax system because that wouldn't suit them personally. But actually, But actually, I don't have any investment properties. I don't know what you're talking about, but it makes sense that people invest in property, but that, James, that's not how, James Meager, that's not how you get the economy to be more productive. Like, we understand that people personally can get ahead by investing in properties and renting them out. But that's not what makes New Zealand a better off country. And that's the whole problem, is these people cannot differentiate. The government cannot differentiate what made Christopher Luxon rich and what's actually going to make the country prosperous. You can't differentiate between those two things. So you come up with Invest New Zealand. We'll just get some really great salespeople to go overseas and get all these benevolent rich people overseas to come here and build our infrastructure and buy our things, and then they will make money out of it and take it back offshore. It's the same problem that's happened since the 1980s and 1990s. Why can't you learn from history, government members? So here we have, and that's why I say this could be a utopia episode. I can imagine Chris Luxon coming up with the idea of Invest NZ. I know how we're going to tackle this productivity problem.
I want members to not have a conversation in the middle of the speech. If you want to have a conversation across the chamber, you've got the hallways. Honourable Julian Gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But like, more seriously, it's basically a joke that you're going to have another one-stop shop and spend $85 million over the next 4 years for an agency when we already had NZTE, we already had NIFCO, we already have plenty of opportunities, and we had the government spending heaps of money on the PPP Investor Summit. What's come out of that? Crickets. I mean, I think there was one reference to one PPP project, a corrections project in the budget, but like, so you have continually the government coming up with these ridiculous bills, setting up a second agency that's meant to be a one-stop shop. And that's why, the Green Party's not going to support this. We're going to have plenty of... I did listen with interest to the amendments that were put forward that were referred to by Damien O'Connor that will be coming up in the committee stages of the bill. Of course, it would be better if this did go to a select committee so we could consider it properly and we could hear from actual experts and people what they think about this. But that's probably not going to happen. So during the committee stages, I think that the Honourable Damien O'Connor made some really excellent points about wanting to make improvements to this bill to at least make sure that in the process of going out and trying to hawk off New Zealand to overseas investors, that we have some protection to make sure that it's actually in the long-term interests of the people of New Zealand, because it is the case that there might be a very small percentage of people who profit or become very wealthy because of attracting foreign investment to New Zealand. But I think it's highly unlikely, and I think most New Zealanders would want that to actually be relevant to the long-term well-being of New Zealand. And so, we might consider supporting some amendments to the bill, but we won't be supporting the bill. And fundamentally, besides we can't think of anything else other than setting up a second agency to be a one-stop shop front for attracting foreign investors to invest in infrastructure, I think this bill and the shallowness of this government's assessment on how we actually build a thriving society here in Aotearoa, it's really made clear through bills like this and budgets like this. It's like there's no real depth of thinking deeply and taking on the challenges that we're facing when it comes to climate change. In fact, they're getting rid of the green investment. Green investment's gone now. That was only just building up. It takes time for these institutions to build up. So just, 5-6 years after it had started, before it could really be useful, we're just taking the money, we're shutting that down, setting up a new agency, hoping that magically it'll solve New Zealand's productivity problem, while we continually avoid and refuse to acknowledge the problems with our tax system, which perpetuates worse inequality and child poverty and that inequality is actually part of our productivity problem, and that the government can be investing at a much higher level in both infrastructure and services that help people be their best. And if we put more, this whole budget has been quite targeted towards certain sectors of the population, just like the last one. And they're not the sectors that are going to make us a thriving, innovative society in the future, because our younger people are going overseas. They don't get opportunities. It's very, very difficult for young families. We're not building as much housing as we could be, and I know that the minister is passionate about increasing the housing supply, but literally 250 homes that would have been contracted, would have been built on Kaingoa land in my own electorate, just in Rongotai, cancelled since the 2023 election. Cancelled, not happening. And so it's like, and now that's why the construction sector is so upset, and the infrastructure sector is so upset, because a whole lot of work that would have been done in the last year or two was completely cancelled by this government. While they claim to care about these things, their actions are actually about protecting the status quo, protecting the people like them, and they've got no real ideas or understanding. It's pathetic.
Cameron Brewer.
The first thing that Invest New Zealand should help us with is find some funding to dig the second Mount Vic tunnel. The second Mount Vic tunnel. The Minister of Transport will agree with that. Let's find it. And the amazing thing is, when that member is in Seatoon, she's all for the second Mount Vic tunnel, and when she's in Island Bay, she's against it. Unbelievable. So that would be a great focus for Invest New Zealand. Mr. Speaker, the policy objective, if we look at the non-partisan, non-political statements on this explanatory note, the policy objective is to lift New Zealand's investment attractiveness internationally by establishing an investment promotional agency, Invest New Zealand. $88 billion worth of tax, $44 billion worth of debt. It's the rainbow and unicorn green plan. Invest New Zealand is our only option. I commend the bill.
Vanessa Walters.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very troubled by the use of urgency in the House, having experienced it as a former member, and coming back to the House now, it feels the nature of what we're using urgency for is different and really quite concerning. I read Clause 8 of the bill several times over. It is the clause that creates a new Crown entity. And one of the questions I will be asking the Minister when we get to committee stage is whether a Crown entity has ever been created during urgency, using urgency before. I know there's a lot of political things that happen in this House, but at times we need to look to good governance as well. The Crown Entities Act was set up in 2005, and really the intention was that we take care in establishing Crown entities that we have respect for the independence that they hold in our system, and that there's precision in terms of the role that they're playing in New Zealand. And neither of these two things have happened. In terms of the appropriateness of the independence, I'll be speaking shortly about the governance function in this new entity and how it's actually quite markedly different to the one that currently exists in NZTE. And I will be asking some questions about the rationale for that and why the same model wasn't used, why this dramatic new model is being used. Colleagues have spoken about this, but in many ways we could kind of term what's happening tonight as a bit of a ghost rationale being given for the creation of a Crown entity. There hasn't been a rationale that's been given in the RIS, and colleagues have quoted part of the RIS which expressly say that decisions were made to create this entity before the analysis could be completed. It's very clear in the RIS. We have an announcement from the Prime Minister in January ceding the entity within NZTE and stating that it would become a Crown entity before an analysis on whether it should become a Crown entity or not, before an analysis on what the function should be. I understand this is a political place. We are also responsible for good governance. And the government are talking over that statement. We are also responsible for good governance. On any new bill that you introduce, whether you introduce it through the Chair, through the Speaker, whether they introduce it in urgency or not, they must first have a problem statement. Now, we do have elements of a problem statement here, that sufficient capital isn't being directed to the areas that we need it to be. Great. I think we can agree on that as a problem statement. However, the questions that follow that should be addressed through a robust analysis are not answered in the RIS. The next question is there anything that can be done to address the problem statement that doesn't require legislation or an $85 million spend? Do we already have a mechanism? Multiple members have spoken about NZTE. If you read the statute that relates to them, government members are laughing now. Go ahead, read the statute. That entity has provisions in the statute that provides for them to do this function. So there is an entity there. Why wasn't that option considered? If you go to the RIS, there are 4 options, Madam Speaker, that are considered in the RIS. The most natural option one would have thought is that the current entity that already has statutory powers to do this function would then be given more funding if it required it and a more specific mandate to tie the work that needs to be done, so the capital, getting it to precisely the places that we need it to go. That's a legislative fix. It's actually quite a small legislative fix of existing legislation. Now, what is thoroughly curious is that that was not one of the 4 options considered in the RIS. I cannot, for the life of me, Madam Speaker, understand why that most obvious first option was not considered. The options go from identifying a legitimate problem to setting out 3 other options, none of which look at the most obvious solution of extra funding and a more targeted mandate, and leap to the creation of a new entity. It is a wild, wild leap. I want to look, Madam Chair, at what a possible reason for the commitment to this new entity is. We know we've already got the function under statute, we've already got an entity. So why are we spending $85 million? Why are we establishing a new board, getting a new chief executive in, let alone thinking about all the staff who are now going to go through a redundancy process to either be made redundant or be absorbed into the new entity? Why? Surely this is a government about efficiency, right? It's the government about efficiency, Madam Chair. There is one difference that I could find looking at the 2 pieces of legislation side by side. It relates to the governance provisions of the new organisation compared to the governance provisions of the old organisation. I've got 3 minutes, so I'm going to read them out and explain the difference between the 2.
Madam Speaker, if I could have some quiet to be able to do that.
I wasn't going to interrupt the member's speech, but half the conversations that are going on my right could take place in the lobby because there's far too much chatter over there and most of it doesn't look like business being carried out. Carry on to member.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In the current legislation, the Minister does appoint the board and they can also appoint special advisors to the board. They can only appoint 2 people to be those special advisors. That's the Secretary of Foreign Affairs and Trade or the Chief Executive of the Ministry of Economic Development. Now, this is an entirely normal governance function. It's actually in accordance with Section 107 of the Crown Entities Act. And it's basically providing for a cross-governmental approach. So it allows chief executives to sit in the room, provide context. This bill is different. This bill, in Clause 13, states, the Minister may appoint the chief executive as a special advisor to the board, the purpose being to facilitate the exchange of information between the Minister and the board on matters of government policy relevant to the board performing its functions and exercising its power under the Act. I will be asking more questions about this during committee stage, but for now, I'll wait for you to be quiet if you need to. I think people need to hear this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
When people listen, they learn. If they choose not to listen, the Speaker can carry on speaking.
There are 2 unusual features of this. First, it appears to be making the chief executive of that organisation a ministerial conduit in the room. That's an entirely inappropriate role for a chief executive to have in relation to a minister. It's also inappropriate in terms of the relationship between the chief executive themselves and the board. You'll all remember that it is the board who appoint the chief executive, so it puts them in a very odd situation. Everybody's focus should be on why this governance arrangement has changed between the 2 acts. And I will be asking more questions about that and others. Madam Speaker, I do not support this bill. I think it's extremely irresponsible, and I would like the government to remember, politics, urgency aside, you have a governance responsibility to New Zealanders.
Ryan Hamilton.
Now it's time for the adults to come in the room, and as New Zealand goes overseas and has adult conversations with commercial constructs, Invest New Zealand is the vehicle which is going to enable that. New Zealand's growing up, New Zealand's open for business, and go the Chiefs.
Reuben Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's good to have the opportunity to stand and continue to speak for a little longer than some of the members on the other side of the House are taking the opportunity to, because this is a very important issue and a bill that definitely deserves some proper and thorough examination here. Now, we've heard in a number of ways from different people some assessment around the policy objectives of this bill, which is to lift New Zealand's investment attractiveness internationally by establishing an investment promotional agency, Invest New Zealand, which will facilitate and enable increased overseas investment into New Zealand. Now, someone called out and said he's reading that. Yes, you can do that, even if you're not taking the opportunity to yourself, sir. The thing that a number of people have pointed out is that this is actually the same as creating a real estate agency to sell New Zealand. And that's what it is. My questions are, who's the agent and who's getting the commission? And I've seen some suggestions here. So I'm looking and I'm thinking, who's a strong leader in the National Party that could be doing that? Maybe the Honourable Erica Stanford. And people get in touch on assetsforsale@gmail.com because she'd be very accessible via that. Or perhaps you lean on a coalition partner and see if the Honourable David Seymour would be available to drive a good deal almost as well as he tried to drive that Range Rover up the steps of Parliament. But the problem is, he's good at negotiating with a weak leader, but he won't be good at negotiating with much bigger countries, which is what this is about. So maybe it will all fall on Honourable Casey Costello from New Zealand First. But as we've seen, the deals that she does go up in smoke. So that's not going to be good for the country. The reality with the Invest New Zealand bill is that you are being reckless with the future.
Quiet.
And the reality is it's not yours to be reckless with. Because investment needs to be ethical and investment needs to be responsible, not permissible. And that's what you're doing. You're creating super permissible investment that is not well governed. One minister, a board of as few as 3. That's not good governance. That is not democracy. That is chumocracy. And that is what this bill is setting up. If you were real estate agents, you'd be flippers, because all you're doing is making quick deals. And you're saying, just trust us. Just trust us, you're saying. And people look and they say, like we did with the cancer drugs? I don't think so. Like we did with the surprise tax cuts for big tobacco? I don't think so. Like we did with the pay equity settlements that you cancelled with no notice in less than 24 hours? There were more people standing on the lawn protesting your budget than there were listening in the lockup to try and find out the details. You are merely becoming flippers in a real estate industry, and at the same time, you are taking money from our science, innovation, technology sector and putting it into starting up a new entity that is already provisioned for within New Zealand Trade and Enterprise. You are setting up a new entity that is not needed. Your own RIS says that. Even if you only read the bits of this RIS that are pro your idea, it would take you a matter of seconds. There's so little in there to support it. The reality is that our science, innovation and technology sector creates jobs. It creates IP. That's intellectual property. I don't know if you know that on that side of the house, but that's what it creates. And it also creates pride. New Zealand has a very, very long, proud history of great self-funded science, innovation and technology, and you have pulled the capital out of that and pushed it into the establishment of an agency that sells that off. When they pay, they own, and it's gone. All those ideas, all that talent, everything that you get invested into, you have effectively sold. As real estate agents, you've flipped the house, it's not yours anymore, it's gone. You ultimately end up becoming sellouts. You are being reckless with the future, and it is not yours to be reckless with.
Nancy Lou.
Madam Speaker, New Zealanders remember this. This government wants New Zealand to grow, grow, grow. That's right. The opposition's over there, Labour, Grand and Te Pāti Māori, you are here to stop New Zealand to grow. Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Excuse me, I'm going to be sending a couple of people out soon if that barrage doesn't stop. If you want to make intelligent interjections, that is fine, but no one can hear a word any of you are saying because you're all just yelling it at the same time, and it's not good. Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Madam Speaker, my colleague Venushi Walters asked the critical question here. What problem is this bill trying to solve? Now, it's a critical question right from the start. What problem is it trying to solve? And so, sitting in the regulatory impact statement, we have some of the analysis that's going on as to what problem the bill is trying to solve. In paragraph 1 of section 1, it says that the first problem, the Prime Minister has highlighted economic growth as the core priority for the government. So one of the Prime Minister's priorities, and of course it does seem to be something we do need to focus on. But in the second paragraph comes the nub of it, that this bill might be oriented towards the most important driver of economic growth is productivity. So we're casing this as a productivity problem. That's what this regulatory impact statement says. And in fact then, the analysis prepared by MB draws on an economic analysis by Treasury, says that in a recent analysis by Treasury, several possible causes for our low productivity were identified, including education, skills, employment composition, capital, innovation, technology, business dynamism, globalisation and trade, sectoral composition and measurement. And it said, while the report ultimately concluded that there is no singular cause for this issue, for low productivity, poor access to capital was identified as a major issue. Well, that's interesting because there was a whole lot of issues identified there. So I went and dragged got the actual analysis from Treasury. So it's a May 2024 paper, The Productivity Slowdown. And it really does canvass the particular issues as to why productivity has slowed down in New Zealand. So it does indeed say, or lists all those issues in terms of what might slow down productivity. And one of them is indeed capital. But it's only one. Access to capital is one problem that might be causing our problems with productivity. In fact, that's backed by the Productivity Commission, who say that we do need to have some concerns around access to capital. But if we are looking for the biggest driver in terms of productivity, it's not access to capital, it's innovation. That is what Treasury says. It says on page 20 of their report, innovation is perhaps the most fundamental determinant of productivity. And what do we need for increased innovation? We need solid, secure education at primary and secondary levels, and especially at tertiary levels. We need a tertiary education system that ensures that everyone has a trade, a diploma or a degree. And yet that government is in the midst of destroying one of our tertiary institutions. And in particular, the tertiary institution that most students go to for a trade or a diploma. What else do we need for innovation? Well, we need a thriving research and science sector. And what is that government doing? It is taking apart our science sector. In fact, notably, a heap of the funding that is coming into this entity, this new entity that the government is setting up, is coming from Callaghan Research. It is money that is being reprioritised out of our research and science sector and put into this new entity. So that's where it's coming from. So two of the things that we know drive productivity are being decimated by this government. And as an alternative, what are they offering us? A new Crown agency which replicates work that is already being done within NZTE and for which they cannot identify the success factors. Well, actually, that's not quite the case. This particular, the purpose of this entity is going to be to drive more foreign direct investment. And its success is going to be measured by having more foreign direct investment. Well, that's that's okay. But what is not clear is the link between foreign direct investment and the drivers of productivity. That link has not been made. And we would need to see that link being made. Now, this is exactly the sort of issue that we could have dug into in a select committee process to see whether setting up this particular type of Crown entity would in fact drive the productivity that is needed. Because let's remember, that access to capital is only one of the factors that drive productivity. We could have been able to weigh them all up against each other. But because we didn't have the select committee process, we weren't able to do that. Now let's, in terms of, there is a whole lot of objectives then that are set for this policy. One is there's greater investment into innovative activities. One is greater research and development, investment in innovative activity in New Zealand. One is more skilled professionals to New Zealand. But how exactly is more foreign direct investment going to drive all those? The link needs to be made clear. But then we come to the assessment, the analysis of how the options proposed in this regulatory impact statement, the option, the Minister's preferred option, compared to the status quo and so on. And they are all assessed, as is the usual way, with a spreadsheet, with plus signs in greens and minus signs in red. The curious thing is the way that these are allocated in this particular document. So, for example, in terms of getting an increase in foreign direct investment, option 2, reprioritisation within NZT, would have been just as good as enhance option 3, which would have been removing some of the regulatory barriers, which would have been just as good as option 4, the dedicated agency. But this one is the one that just I find gobsmacking. One of the ways that the options are assessed is by looking at the government mandate. Well, of course the option preferred by the Minister has the government mandate. That's just circular. Of course it does. I mean, and of course the status quo doesn't have the government mandate because they do want to change this. That is just a nonsensical assessment. And it's the only one that's got 2 little green plus signs. But then, and this is the one that really astonishes me, increased cost to government. And in terms of assessing whether or not a policy is positive, with that positive green sign, well, of course, focusing on general business settings, well, that could have costs involved in that. But then it gives a positive green sign and says the establishment of a new government agency can have significant costs. Now, blow me down, I would have thought that was a minus for a policy, but here it's assessed as a positive. I'm just a little bit blown away by that. So it's really hard to assess what is going on. There is no clear lead from this paper. There is no clear evidence that says that this solution is a good solution. And frankly, so it just, the analysis here to me feels skewed, and it is not strong enough to rest the formation of a new agency on. Finally, I do just want to think about the types of investment that might be facilitated by this new government agency. We've seen in this budget an absolutely shocking commitment, to fossil fuel industries. A shocking commitment with $200 million allocated to them. And then an absolute shocker with the new partial expensing, with 2 clauses specifically there in the legislation saying that petroleum and coal mining can get this extra subsidy from the government to get going. And at the same time, we know that offshore wind in South Taranaki, which would have brought investment into the country that would have been good for the climate, has been driven off. This government has shown its priorities already for the sort of investment it likes, and it is the sort of investment that leads to more global warming, that puts this country at risk. I think this is an absolutely shoddy policy and we should not support it.
Dean Goodwell.
Foreign direct investment equals growth. Ireland gets it, and we on this side of the House get it. And Invest New Zealand is going to match foreign investors, Madam Speaker, with great opportunities in the Hutt Valley, in Bay of Plenty, in Selwyn, in great areas in Hobson, Southland, Northcote, and that is why, Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote is being called for. Would the clerk please conduct a party vote?
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
33 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti kaore e whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti kore I whakai.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed.
Invest New Zealand Bill, second reading.
This bill is set down for committee stage presently. Honourable Chris Bishop.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I present a legislative statement on the Public Finance Amendment Bill to the House. I move that the Public Finance Amendment Bill be now read a first time.
Is there a legislative statement or not?
Yes, I said I present a legislative statement.
Okay, so that legislative statement is published. Can we have a bit of quiet so we can hear ourselves?
Guys.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website. Honourable Chris Bishop.
I move that the Public Finance Amendment Bill be now read a first time, and I nominate the Finance and Expenditure Committee to consider the bill. Mr Speaker, this is an important bill, and it's somewhat a little bit disappointing that it's being dealt with at 10:29 p.m. on Thursday night. Saturday night, but of course it's still Thursday in Parliament's time, because the Public Finance Act has served New Zealand well for over 30 years. Our public finance system is highly regarded by overseas jurisdictions. So I want to be really clear that we are not proposing wholesale changes to the Act, but introducing targeted amendments to strengthen fiscal transparency, remove unnecessary requirements, and improve how the Act works in practice. In particular, we do want to signal we are going to be paying close attention to the recommendations of the Parliamentary Inquiry on Performance Reporting, which the Finance Committee is conducting, chaired by the very able Cameron Brewer. The inquiry is expected to report in the middle of next year and will address long-standing concerns about how the results of spending are reported. The Auditor-General, as members will know, has pointed out, particularly this current Auditor-General or the retiring Auditor-General, that it's not always clear to parliamentarians when spending is appropriated through the system by this Parliament, whether it actually results in positive outcomes for taxpayers and New Zealanders. And that was particularly the case in the 6 years of fiscal profligacy of the last failed regime. One change we are proposing to make, Madam Speaker, is around fiscal risks. Members will recall that when this government came to office in late 2023, preparing for the mini-budget, as it was then called, it was not at all clear that the outgoing government had adequately presented fiscal risks to the new government. The statements were opaque and did not always lead to good public understandings. There have been operational improvements by the Treasury since then, including explicitly identifying time-limited funding and capital cost escalations. The bill makes these categorisations a requirement, so there are sensible changes there. Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, the last government pretended that they were the first government in human history to care about well-being. Of course, it is the government's first responsibility to look after the well-being of New Zealanders. Grant Robertson had this facile and fanciful view of the world that he was the first person in human history to come up with the idea that government should look after their citizens, and therefore this fatuous insight required the insertion into law the requirement for well-being budgets. And members will recall glossy documents taken by Grant Robertson himself, of mountains and social and human capital, and there were lots of words and glossy pictures. And we had well-being into the Public Finance Act. And government was, I'm talking about the bill, we're getting rid of these requirements, that's the whole point. The Act was amended to make the government articulate the well-being objectives that will guide the government's budget decisions. Of course, building a stronger economy and delivering public services are the most important contributions the government can make to social, economic, environmental and cultural outcomes. Now, if a government wants to dream up any old thing and call it well-being, then they're, of course, well entitled to do that. But we should not pretend that the nebulous notion of well-being inserted into law makes everything better, and nor does it actually lead to governments making good decisions. Because I tell you what isn't well-being: $120 billion of extra debt, a ginormous increase in government spending. That is not well-being. Inflation of 7.3% is not well-being. Rents going up by $170 a week on average is not well-being. And here's the kicker: a particularly not well-being thing would be 4,000. Living in a car, she says. Well, I've got the numbers. Guess how many children ended up living in cars between 2018 and 2023? There was a 4-fold increase. And Jacinda Ardern spent the 2017 election campaign talking about how no child should live in a car. And the numbers went up by 400%. So actually, the squawking member over there who pretends to care about the poor knows that Labor's approach was a failure. And simply harping on about well-being does not actually lead to better outcomes. What matters is good fiscal policy. And most importantly, what matters is good public policy. And that's what this government is focused on. No. There was a requirement in the Public Finance Act that we are soon to amend, which required the Treasury to produce a report on the state of well-being. It had to happen at least every 4 years. There was a report in 2022, and the Treasury opined on subjects such as work, care and volunteering, cultural capability and belonging. Here, this is my favourite one: engagement and voice, leisure and play, and family and friends. And all of these things are important things. But I think Treasury should be focused, and the bright and talented people at the Treasury should focus on economic and financial advice rather than preparing reports on whether or not people have friends and whether their life has meaning and purpose. Now, that would be an interesting study into the opposition, who don't have many friends, and actually sometimes they probably sit there at 10:34 at night in urgency and wonder whether or not their life does have any meaning and purpose, particularly when it comes to the things they are saying at the moment about the budget. So if the government in the future wants to produce a wellbeing report, it of course is free to do so, but it should not be a legal requirement in the Public Finance Act. There was this ridiculous situation in which Grant Robertson used to say, "Oh, look, there's a very high bar for new spending in this budget. We've had to put everything through the wellbeing analysis." And it turned out that doing a wellbeing analysis just literally meant the government would fund whatever Grant Robertson thought they should fund. And I actually think what they used to do in the Labor Party was sit around and put up every fanciful fantasy idea they could possibly do, put them all on the side of their caucus room board, and then fire darts at the massive board, and whatever they hit just got included in the budget. How else could you explain Grant Robertson never once sticking to his operating allowance? We used to turn up here and say, "Things are very tight this year. My new operating allowance is $3.2 billion and I will definitely not exceed it." That's what I used to say at the half-year update, the haifu, every December. And everyone would go, "Oh, okay, yep, fair enough, that'll be interesting to see what happens." And then every year in May in budget, he'd say, "Well, look, we've just had to push out the operating allowance a bit." The nadir of all of this was Budget 2022, which was the worst budget in New Zealand history, in which Grant Robertson said he would stick to, from memory, $4.2 billion, which, by the way, by way of context, the operating allowance in this budget is $1.3 billion, so it was already at least 3 times larger than this year's budget, and he smashed it and ended up with a $6 billion operating allowance, and that was the budget in which this was the cost of living payment budget. Do you remember this? When Grant Robertson turned up and said, "I've got a great idea for the cost of living, not fiscal discipline and restraining the growth of government spending and being a friend to monetary policy. No, I've got a really good idea. We're going to give everyone a $3,000 in New Zealand, including French backpackers who worked here 10 years ago on the vineyards down south, dead people, and investment bankers in London who got $1,000 in their New Zealand bank accounts who used to email me and say, 'That's my Friday night drinks fund. Thanks very much.'" Grant Robertson, that was the height of fiscal largesse and stupidity, rather than actually running sound fiscal and monetary policy and being a friend to monetary policy, who decided to give everyone free money. And of course, all the chickens eventually came home to roost. But in relation to the allowances, that was the budget when Grant Robertson decided they were outside the allowance. The $3,000 he gave everybody wasn't counted as part of the operating allowance. So actually, Madam Deputy Speaker, what is required for true well-being is actually good economic wisdom, and that's what this government is going to do. So these amendments are important. This ended up being a slightly more political speech than I thought it was going to be, but I remembered that we'd made a decision to get rid of these wellbeing things, and it reminded me about just what a stupid idea it was in the first place. I mean, there was endless sort of economist articles about what a world-leading insight this was, that we were going to enshrine in law wellbeing as the centrepiece of fiscal policy for the first time in human history, as if Grant Robertson, of all people, had this insight that no one had ever had before, that government should look after their people. Thankfully, these days of fantastical, illogical wisdom have been consigned to the dustbin of history, and let's make sure these useless people on the other side never get back to do it ever again.
That's enough. The question is that the motion be agreed to, Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell.
Madam Speaker. But what an extraordinary speech from this backwards-looking and backwards-thinking government. It's really interesting looking at what this bill does, because I would say that at least two of the items in it are about saving Nicola Willis from her own folly, and the third one is about escaping government responsibility. So let's start on saving Nicola Willis from her folly. So as we all know, when that government took office, it turned out that Nicola Willis hadn't bothered to read the previous government's budgets, hadn't bothered to pay attention to Labour's election budget, didn't worry about understanding what was going on, and came, oh no, I have to pay for something I didn't think I had to pay for. That's the fiscal risk. They spent a lot of time talking about fiscal cliffs. All they were things that Nicola Willis didn't bother to look at, so she didn't take them into account. So this, at least part of this bill, is just about saving face for Nicola Willis. That's the first thing that is wrong with this bill. There's another little wrinkle in this bill which is terribly interesting and is also about saving Nicola Willis. It's the bit about enabling the use of variable measures for, enabling the government to express its fiscal strategy using alternative fiscal variables, like Obergall versus Obergall X. The new fiscal measure that made its appearance just this year in order to enable that government to claim that it was meeting its objective of getting rid of the deficit. The only way it could be done was by having a new and fanciful fiscal variable that no one had ever used before, so much so that Treasury wouldn't agree to it being called by a proper name, and it had to be called Obergall X. So two things there that are all about saving someone's face. And the third thing, changing the rules around wellbeing budgeting. Now, we had a good stand-up comedy routine over there. Great stand-up comedy. Chris Bishop is good at that. What we didn't have is a sensible analysis of that thinking behind the wellbeing budget. We all know that government sets fiscal policy, but fiscal policy has an impact on people's lives. We need to measure not just where money goes in and money goes out, what gets spent on particular programs and what doesn't, but we actually need to try to understand how it affects people's lives. And this is something that has been worked towards by eminent economists such as Amartya Sen, trying increasingly hard to work out how we best enable people to live good lives. We've had a long-standing understanding now that measures such as GDP do not capture, or growth in GDP, do not capture the richness of people's lives. That is what one of the most eminent economists produced by this country has shown us, Professor Marilyn Waring, a former National Party member, that we need to have a much wider understanding and a much wider measuring of what life is like for people beyond the mere dollars and cents. That's why we introduced wellbeing budgeting. It was to try to enable government to do much, much better than just looking at the sterile numbers of GDP, just looking at the dollars in and dollars out. It was trying genuinely to engage with the lives that New Zealanders live and making it a key part of government's plan each year. That's all the budget is. It is the government's plan. Obviously expressed in terms of money and all those sorts of things, but also expressed in terms of what the government was trying to achieve. So we were to report on it. And this shoddy piece of legislation gets rid of that. We oppose this bill.
Madam Speaker. I actually think that when the Honourable Chris Bishop gets all self-righteous and angry and, you know, talking about how terrible the last government was, it's a little bit because he's probably a bit embarrassed about that previous bill that we were debating and the fact that they've set up yet another agency, InvestNZ, which could be absolutely a utopia episode. Look, in fact, the Greens' interest in the Public Finance Act and improving that goes back many, many years. I mean, I think Jeanette Fitzsimons was talking about it. My colleague, Dr. Kennedy Graham, had a members' bill, Public Finance Sustainability in Sustainable Development Indicators was a members' bill that would have brought in some very precise indicators that should have been inserted into the Public Finance Act. And that would have been really excellent. Ultimately, I think what is trying to be achieved by the wellbeing budget is trying to get at that idea that we can have better information, better understanding about how government investment and support for people flows through and is effective or is not effective. Because I think everybody realizes that for decades, the traditional method of looking at it hasn't enabled us to make the investments that we need to make, and certainly isn't recognizing the enormous costs and risks of carrying on with the status quo. And a perfect example of that is the idea of just going for growth in anything. And if growth is growth in fossil fuel extraction and use, that's not a productivity gain. That's not helping us live a better life. It's actually putting us at risk of more climate change, which is really bad for us. It's more storms, it's more death, it's more famines, it's more floods, it's more fires. And we know that's already happening. So, but it's like, you got to join the dots. If we have an earthquake in Christchurch, GDP will go up. It's not that we're better off from the earthquake. It's just that there's more activity as a result of the earthquake, and that's all that's being measured. So, you know, I wish, and I think, you know, we are actually having an inquiry, Madam Speaker, at the Finance and Expenditure Committee about, you know, getting better measures and reporting from government departments on the value of the things that they're doing. And I think that is really useful and constructive. But I think the debate in the House under urgency about a bill like this isn't very illuminating. We should all care about having more effective measures of what it is we're doing and more effective ways of keeping track of how government investments are or not supporting people. And I think that you know, I was really hopeful when I first came to this house that might be something we'd be doing by now, but instead we have like this highly politicized approach, which is one government does something, the next one comes in and says, oh, wasn't that a big disaster? Doesn't actually take a nuanced look at what was good and where things went wrong, but just comes out and points blame and frivolously and shallowly repeals things and then makes a bunch of announcements and then just it's just like that must be so tiring and boring for New Zealanders at home. And I think they're, you know, I don't blame people for losing faith in the political system when all you hear is politicians on one side talking about how the other side are idiots and vice versa. Like actually we have some problems in common and we should be trying to work on them together. And I think the government's reaction to the Green budget is a pretty good example of not taking a constructive approach. They're terrified. They just spent the Prime Minister spent most of his budget speech talking about our Green budget rather than looking at the merits of what we were proposing. So the particular proposals in this bill I don't think are particularly useful. We actually are open to the more flexible fiscal variables, but we need further time to investigate that properly. So if we have time, and I'm actually not sure if we're doing second reading straight after this or whether this is going to select committee. If it is going to select committee, then that will be useful, but initially we oppose it because of the removal of the wellbeing requirements, but open to looking at it further in select committee. Thank you.
Todd Stevenson.
Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of ACT to speak in support of the Public Finance Amendment Act. In ACT, we're actually very excited to be supporting this because obviously people will know that the Public Finance Act of 1989 was introduced by no other than ACT founder Sir Roger Douglas. And what he actually wanted to do was make sure that we had a set of transparent accounts and ways of looking at government that people could understand. And we're very excited to be supporting this, which is going to ensure that we continue to have that transparency, reporting, and ensuring that government accounts are actually fit for purpose. I commend this to the House.
Jamie Arbuckle.
I rise on behalf of New Zealand First to support the Public Finance Amendment Bill. We support better government transparency, improving fiscal strategies, disclosures and forecasting. Also the timeframes around the HEFU and pre-FU reports. But Madam Speaker, bye-bye to the wellbeing objectives. This side of the House, we are interested in real outcomes. I commend this bill to the House.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
Tēnā koe. The opening statements from the Minister referring to well-being and belonging. And one of the key factors that came out of a young person's survey, in suicide prevention space, was the key element of what was missing was that they did not belong. So I find it interesting in the context of well-being and those things potentially being removed out of this bill, and it saddens us deeply. So I'm going to help him out here. Māori well-being is made up of a bunch of things. It's made up from optimal health. And optimal health in a Māori context is to live longer, which is always a good thing, to live in a context and a reality that suits the ways in which makes sense culturally and customarily and ideally on our own whenua. So that's optimal health. Māori-owned businesses, we like those. Over COVID, the number of Māori women businesses that started just in their garage, it flourished in Te Tai Tokara. It was a good thing. So well-being, trying to take care of it when COVID was going on, we did really well. Papakainga lifestyles, that's a Māori well-being predictor, okay? So good to take note of in this discussion, Minister. The re-establishing of marae and all the things that surround a marae, that's Māori well-being. It's a bunch of stuff. It's the flourishing Māori communities Wherever you live, even if in our urban Māori settings, take your marae with you, take your awa with you, flourish and grow as Māori. Speaking te reo Māori everywhere and anywhere, every day, just like our Kingi said, being Māori every day. These are the things that make a strong, vibrant, young Māori community and all the individuals that exist within it. Creating our own local, our own national and our own international offshore relationships. So very soon a whole bunch out of the Iwi Leaders Forum will have already organised their own trips. They've been organising this for quite some time, and in fact over the years, creating relationships and businesses with Indigenous and non-Indigenous across the world. So these are some of the things that I hope are understood when we're describing Māori wellbeing, when this public finance piece of work is being done. Because if it's not acknowledged and it's not considered in the thinking and then the design, then of course this government will fail us yet again. Sadly, the failing has already showed up in a number of bills that have been rammed through, not only last night and tonight, but in the last little while. And of course, one of them which failed miserably, thank goodness, and we're going to make the next one fail, which is the Treaty Principles Bill. Okay, so thank goodness, because that's when most of this House made some sense and voted it down. But that in itself was that what that says to many Māori is, gee, can they really be trusted? Well, no. You know, it takes an extreme set of circumstance for that to actually to rise to the top when people think, gee, 100,000 people marching on, that was saying something. So, you know, it's important this public finance piece of work and discussion to understand that if well-being is a thing, and you get that, do not bunch all Māori into this well-being as if we're non-Māori. Don't do that. That's a dumb thing. Please don't do that. So if you don't want to do that, you need to talk to some Māori. Just the fact that you're rubbing shoulders next to one doesn't give you the full analysis and understanding of what it takes to really know whether this bill and any other is going to work for us. Don't do this work. Don't build and design something without us. That has gone on for 180 years. So I'm with my time running out, dang it. But anyway, that's what I want to say, and I want to offer the Minister that assistance in these words and these concepts so it's understood fairly and genuinely. Tēnā tātou.
Cameron Brewer.
Speaker, the Finance and Expenditure Select Committee is looking forward to opening submissions on this and running a full process as we look at the first tranche. As we look at the first tranche of the Public Finance Act legislation amends, and the second will of course be our performance reporting inquiry and any consequences and subsequences that come out of that. So we look forward to submissions and dialogue. Thank you.
Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb.
So here we are, budget week, 11 o'clock on a Saturday night, and we're talking about amendments to the Public Finance Act. What is the budget? The budget is the government's plan for the country over the next 3 years and beyond. And what this Act does, the Public Finance Amendment Bill does, is it rips out from the heart of the budget process one of those key things, and that's the wellbeing objective. Now, I sat in this Parliament when Grant Robertson introduced the first wellbeing budget, and Chris Bishop may scoff, but it was the first budget in New Zealand that put at the centre of the government's plan the well-being of New Zealanders. GDP is all very nice. Growth is good, insofar as it enhances the well-being of New Zealanders. But measuring GDP alone is not enough. After the Christchurch earthquakes, after a huge catastrophe, GDP skyrocketed as we fixed up broken buildings. But we weren't better off We were making ourselves better off, but the harm that had occurred, we weren't better than we were before 2011. So here we have it. This bill takes out the wellbeing objectives from our budgeting process. So we're all very happy to measure how much more money we're making or how much more so-called productivity we're having. If we sell more cigarettes on this measure, we're more productive. It's crazy. If we sell more arms, we're more productive. What does it do? How does it measure those things that really matter? And that's what the wellbeing budget did. The wellbeing objective is about measuring things that really matter. Well, how do we measure the health of our children? How do we measure the strength of our intellectual debate? How do we measure social cohesion, the strength of our communities? How do we measure the relationships between Pakeha and Māori? Well, those things, this government is not interested in measuring. But it was a challenge, and it is a challenge, and it remains a challenge to ask, how are we doing? Not what's the bottom line of the balance sheet, but how are we doing as a country? What is the health of our nation? How are our least well off being treated? What is the access to our health care for the most vulnerable New Zealanders, those in our remote communities, those in our poor communities? We can measure GDP in our budget and it can look like we're doing okay. But if only 10% or 2% or 1% are doing okay, I don't think we're doing okay. I think we're doing really poorly. That's not the well-being I want to be a part of, and that government doesn't want to measure how we're really doing. They don't care. They want to turn a blind eye to the true well-being of the nation because they want growth for some. But they're leaving many of us behind. And what the Public Finance Act as it stands says is we want to know how everybody is doing, not just some. We don't want the blunt measure of GDP. We want a measure of well-being which crosses the arc of all of what's going on in New Zealand, and that government's not interested because it just wants to look after its friends. It's a government of cronyism. It's a government of elitism, and what we want is to look after all of New Zealand. That's why this Public Finance Amendment Bill is shameful, and that's why we will oppose it.
Miles Anderson.
Madam Speaker, this bill, just like this tie, is outstanding, and I commend both of them.
Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
Tēnā koe te māngai o te whare. Me tīmata taku kōrero pēnei. Ko tēnei ture, he ture hei whakatika I ngā hapa, I ngā he o te minita pūtea, nā te mea ka hore e taia e ia te kaute. Ko tāku ki aia, hoki ki tō kraihe, tahi haora ia rā, ako I te pangarau. Kia tika tō kaute I tō pūtea, maumau taima, te tari mai tēnei pepa ki roto I te whare nei, ki te whakatikatika I te koretake o te minita tahua pūtea. Tuarua. Tino pauri ahau te māngai o te whare. Tēnei kāwanatanga e whakakore ana I ngā kaupapa oranga, i roto i te ture. Ngā whāinga oranga i roto i te tahua pūtea. Ka tahi anō ka tīmata tērā i te tau 2019, i naia nei e whakakore ana rātou i ērā whāinga oranga i roto i te ture. Hea hai, nā te mea ka hore rātou e whai whakaro ana ki te pani, ki te rawakore, ki ngā tangata noho motoka, e hara i te noho whare, noho motoka, whare kore. Ka hore rātou e whai whakaro ana ki te oranga o te tangata, i whakakore i te aka whaiora. Ka hore rātou e whai whakaro ana ki te taiao, ki te oranga o te taiao, ki te oranga o te whenua, ki te oranga o te tangata, ki te oranga o Aotearoa. No, e whai whakaro ana rātou ki te whakawhanaketanga i o rātou hoa, pērā i ngā kamupene tūpeka, pērā i ngā kamupene keri hinu, pērā i ngā tangata whai whare maha, pēhea o te ngā tangata, ngā tamariki, ngā mokapuna, hore kau he kāinga, moi ana i roto i ngā motoka, mōhio ana tērā taha o te whare, te kia Chris Bishop, nā mātou tērā he, e ki, tō rārangi, i nai nei, kua tini i ngā ture, mō ngā tāngata e hehe ana te whai whare. He hai, nā te mea, ka hore rātou e whai whakaro ana ki te oranga o te tangata, te oranga o te whenua, te oranga o te taiao, te oranga o ngā tangata o Aotearoa. Nō reira, ai, e tū ana hau me taku riri i tēnei pō, me taku pauri. Nā te mea, tata ki te wainga nui pō, te pō mutunga o tēnei tautohe mo te tahua pūtea, ai tēnei wā tere, ohorere, hea te urgency me ki. Tērā peko tēnei te ture mutunga i tēnei pō, e ne kōrero ana tātou tēnei whare, tēnei pere te tango i ngā whainga mo te oranga. Tino, ai, patua e te whakamā. Ka hore rātou e hehe ana ki te ripoata. Ki te ripoata. Me he mea ko o rātou kaupapa e pērā ana. E whakaora ana i te tangata, e whakawhanake ana i te tangata, te taiao, te whenua, Aotearoa. Ka hore rātou e hehe ana ki te aro matawai, te aro take, te ripoata, ngā mahi kua tūtuki i a rātou, ka pai ake a Aotearoa. E te māngai, ka hore ahau, ka hore mātou e tautoko ana i tēnei ture kino.
Nancy Lou.
Speaker, as the last government member to speak to support the Public Finance Amendment Bill, I'm all for it. I support fiscal transparency, strengthen fiscal responsibility and improve practical operation. Madam Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk, conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
33 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti kore e whakaai.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti kore e whakai.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed.
Public Finance Amendment Bill, first reading.
The question is that the Public Finance Amendment Bill be considered by the Finance and Expenditure Committee. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Do we have a minister that's going to present the next? Honourable Nicole McKee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I present the legislative statement on the Judicature Timeliness Legislation Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website. Honourable Nicole McKee.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Judicature Timeliness Legislation Amendment Bill now be read a first time. I nominate the Justice Committee to consider the bill, and at the appropriate time I intend to move that the bill be reported to the House by 23 September 2025. The justice system needs to be able to deal with cases efficiently and fairly and bring timely resolution for all court parties and participants, which is why this government is committed to improving timeliness and reducing delays in the courts. New Zealand's courts are currently experiencing delays, duplication and proceedings that impede the process of the courts. The Judicature Timeliness Legislation Amendment Bill addresses these challenges by maximising judicial resource to improve court timeliness. These changes will reduce duplication and unnecessary churn and deliver efficiencies not only for the courts but also for partners across the system, including police and corrections. Importantly, these changes benefit the people who use the courts, defendants, victims, witnesses, whānau, bereaved families. They'll all get closure more quickly so they can move on with their lives. The changes will also reduce stress and costs for people associated with defending meritless litigation. The bill is an omnibus bill that makes changes across 3 acts. The bill is being introduced alongside the government's budget package as the changes either directly link to a budget initiative or are required to manage cost pressures across the justice system. Court timeliness is expected to reduce costs and the resources required across the justice sector over time and to ultimately drive savings and efficiencies. Firstly, the bill increases the number of High Court judges that may be appointed from 55 to 57. The maximum number of judges is set in legislation and has not changed in over 20 years, despite the workload of the High Court steadily increasing. These additional judges will better enable the High Court to manage its workload and help to ensure the most serious matters are heard in a timely manner. The bill also maximises judicial resource and improves timeliness through changes that will enable civil proceedings that abuse court process, the criminal pretrial procedures and appeals to be better managed. In the senior courts, there is an increase in proceedings that are plainly an abusive process of the courts, which take up valuable judicial time and resource. These proceedings can also cause stress and cost to the other parties involved. The bill will enable abusive proceedings from vexatious litigants to be disposed of quickly by a single judge, allowing judicial attention to be focused on legitimate civil proceedings and reducing the burden on other parties to the proceedings. Vexatious litigants who repeatedly abuse the process of the courts will also be barred from bringing civil proceedings for 3 years. The bill makes improvements to pre-trial case management in the District Court to drive efficiency and to reduce delays. Currently, multiple charges against the same defendant are often filed and proceeded with in different courts. This means the defendant can have court appearances at several locations, potentially involving multiple prosecutors, legal aid lawyers, and transport to different courts. The bill reduces duplication at this pre-trial stage by enabling a judge to require multiple charges against the same defendant be case managed together in one district court office. Timeliness benefits created through this change will be felt across the system. The bill will also make sure appeals from district court trials are heard by the most appropriate court. Many appeals related to the district court judge-alone trials go to the High Court for determination, but appeals relating to the district court jury trials go above the High Court to the Court of Appeal. These appeals must be heard by a panel of 3 senior judges, which is time and resource intensive. Because the level of appeal court is based on whether the defendant elected a jury trial or not, rather than the nature of the appeal itself, some of these appeals could be appropriately heard in the High Court. Therefore, the bill enables one Court of Appeal judge to determine if an appeal from a district court decision should be referred to the High Court for determination, rather than being heard by a panel of 3 judges in the Court of Appeal. Finally, this bill improves timeliness in the coroner's court. Currently, a coroner is not able to close an inquiry once opened, even if new information or a change in circumstances mean the inquiry is no longer appropriate. The bill will enable this to allow judicial attention to be focused on necessary inquiries, and importantly, this will mean that bereaved family and friends will have closure more quickly. From the outset, this government has been clear about its commitment to an efficient and effective justice system. These changes will collectively improve court timeliness across multiple jurisdictions, and I'm confident they will enable cases to be progressed more quickly across the system. Madam Speaker, I look forward to the Justice Committee's consideration of this bill, and I commend this bill to the House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We support this to select committee, but I just would observe that here we are in budget urgency on a Saturday night with legislation which simply isn't urgent. And it's yet another example of this government abusing parliamentary procedure. But having said that, here we are. Our job is to scrutinise this legislation. This is legislation which is about as routine as you get.
That's the one.
And we've seen it yesterday. We've had a look at it, and we've formed a view that we should vote in favour of it going to select committee. High Court judges' numbers, we accept that they haven't gone up for a while. They probably need to keep up roughly with population, roughly with the amount of litigation going through the High Court forum, and so it's very hard to disagree with that. Vexatious litigants is the second aspect of this, and we accept that vexatious litigants are challenging, and that it's entirely appropriate to have a look at the rules. And we're glad that this is going to select committee because we want to look at it closely, because there are a class of litigants who are difficult people who frame their claims very poorly, but there's something in it. Now, just because you're a difficult person who's hard to get on with and is perhaps obstructive and annoying, doesn't mean that you shouldn't have a right to go to court. And if you've got a good claim, it should get there. So the question about vexatious litigants is where you draw the line between what is an absolutely unmeritorious claim brought in an inappropriate way. And I think you have to have both those strands, both the way in which it's brought and it being unmeritorious. Because you've got to remember there are plenty of claims which would have been thought as unmeritorious, but ultimately won the day. Bagent's the classic example where it was found that there was damages for an illegal search in breach of the Bill of Rights Act. There was no right, there was no established right in the law, but ultimately the courts recognised that if there was a right to be free from search and seizure, there must be a remedy. So, but it was brought responsibly. So you've got to have both of those things, an absolutely unmeritorious claim and a vexatious litigant as well. District Court case management, I want to look at the detail. I haven't had a chance to look at the detail, but there is a principle in New Zealand and across the common law world that you get tried essentially by your peers in the place where the offence occurred. And whilst if you get into trouble in Queenstown and in Auckland, I can see the administrative efficiency of having it managed in Auckland, say. But at the end of the day, the defendant needs to have a say to make sure that they are tried in the community in which they caused the harm. And that's part of it. It's actually quite a visceral thing. So that's the third thing that this does. And then the fourth aspect of this legislation or this bill is the Court of Appeal being able to remit matters back to the High Court on appeal. Now, jury matters in the District Court can be very serious matters. They can hear matters which would follow, if convicted, very serious sentences of 3 years or more that would ultimately be sentenced in the High Court. And that's why they go ultimately to the Court of Appeal, because while the trial might happen in the District Court, the sentencing would happen in the High Court. So again, I can see what's going on. I can see that the Court of Appeal has a heavy criminal cases workload, but I'm not sure that this is the fix yet. And that's why this shouldn't be under urgency. That's why we should have had more time to look at this, because these are actually relatively important largely criminal justice matters. So yes, we're going to support it, but this isn't the forum, this isn't the time. Let's see if this makes sense, and we'll have a good look when it gets to Select Committee.
Dr. Lawrence Judan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Green Party to speak on the Judicature Timeliness Legislation Amendment Bill. And I feel like my portfolios are getting a good workout tonight: seniors, trade, and now justice. And what a shame that we didn't manage to get onto the committee stage of the Invest New Zealand bill. I was looking forward to that. But on this bill, in terms of the Judicature Timeliness Legislation Amendment Bill, there are three components, well, technically four components to this, and starting with the Senior Courts Act 2016, and acknowledging the fact that this is an omnibus bill. And I do thank the Minister for giving us opportunity to scrutinize this in the Justice Select Committee. Now, when it comes to the Senior Courts Bill, I share with the other speakers that yes, the number of High Court judges in Aotearoa, New Zealand hasn't increased in a little while, and this bill does increase the number of High Court judges from 55 to 57, which is much needed, particularly on the back of previous legislation. We have seen that increases the number of District Court judges by 1. But I also feel like that as we're seeing, and particularly with the way that the government is progressing a number of the justice-based legislations, that it does raise the question of whether adding even 2 more senior court judges in the form of High Court is sufficient in terms of the workload that we will anticipate or expect. Particularly what we haven't seen in this bill is an increase in the number of Court of Appeal judges as well as Supreme Court judges. But overall, the increased number of High Court judges by 2 is good. For the Greens, I think our biggest concern is around the automatic strikeout for the vexatious litigation. And I think from our perspective, the automatic restraint, and from our perspective, this is the part that we're really looking forward to in the Select Committee, to get a chance to ask legal experts as well as officials just a bit more detail about the breadth of the impact that this would have on people. As the previous speaker, the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb, has already mentioned, that there are some concerns and fishhooks around this automatic restraint. And I think I particularly found that, I think out of all of our debates today, the term unmeritorious is probably my favorite word so far. So that is something that probably, from the Greens' perspective, is the greatest concern for us, Madam Speaker. Moving on to other elements of bill, when we're looking at the criminal procedures as well as the coroners, I think in both cases they are making the important recommendations and looking at something that will potentially assist the backlog and the work that our current court system is currently doing, which is ensure multiple district court charges can be heard in one court office, allowing coroners to close inquires when a change of circumstance is deemed appropriate. I think all of those things are things that we are interested in finding and learning more about through the committee stage as well. But on the surface, they seems to be it seems to support having better resourcing, but also better processes and more streamlined processes within our court system. Madam Speaker, I think it is really important when we're looking at the way that we do justice or perceive or the trajectory of justice in here in Aotearoa, New Zealand, particularly in light of some of the recent challenges around access to court and also in terms of the digitalization of the court system, which is long overdue. I think this bill is something that moves towards having a better system. However, we cannot forget the fundamental issue that within our court system, we do need to properly and fund and resource the system rather than simply just looking at, I mean, optimization is important, but the funding part is something that the court system has been asking for a little while now. So it will be good to, for myself and also for others, to dig into the budget 2025 as well to see what is available there. But on the budget, the Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand, does support it to select committee on the basis that there are some really good things that the bill does that suggests, and I think most importantly, like I mentioned, the increase of the number of High Court judges. But the thing that we will be scrutinizing more over is the automatic restraint of vexatious litigation.
Madam Speaker, I'm so proud to stand up in support of this bill, and essentially it's going to allow the judiciary to focus on cases that matter the most, another way that our government is putting victims first. I commend this bill to the House.
Honourable Casey Costello.
Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of New Zealand First to speak in support of the Judicature Timeliness Legislation Amendment Bill. This is a significant program of work that I acknowledge the Minister who has put this bill together and is driving this program of work. It's complex, there's a lot of moving parts, it is essential, it is again an indication of this government tackling things that have been kicked down the road for a long period of time, and we commend this bill to the House. Thank you.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
Tēnā koe te pika tēnā tātou. It is a complicated area. Even the word I struggle to say, just by the way. But the word I don't struggle to say is timeliness. And improving timeliness in this context is not the way to get it right. What you need to improve is the system, the deeper system, how it functions, why it dysfunctions. Making it faster, making it smoother is you may as well just say it's fast-tracking more Māori into prisons. That's what it sounds like, that's what it feels like. And it's sadly a terrible, it's another dot connect to all the other bills that have been rammed through in the last 2 days. So fast track, well it is a fast track, it's fast-tracking Māori into prison. Way to go. And here's the other part to it, and you need to hear this just so this is a teaching moment. More judges, when you bring on more judges, right? And then you build another 810 bed extension in a prison, and then you put 1.9 billion prison capacity, you are building it and they will come. You are building it and they will come. That is the context. You won't understand it, and I've already told you why. The fact that you ignore it, I don't understand. That's just your privilege blinding you to these ideas and hope, but you know, like, stick with me. But that's important. It's important because to understand what I'm saying, you've got to have some history and understanding about this, but you do not. But you do not. So
look, it's okay. I'm happy to keep talking and ignore the nattering. This will disproportionately impact Māori. This is about streamlining the process. This is what was known, and Joseph will know this, smoothing the dying pillow of Māori. This is fast-tracking Māori into prisons. This is, thank you, Minister. This is smoothing the dying pillow. It might disturb you on the inside and look aroha to you, but you need to hear this. The fact that you get all fluffed and you go, no, that's not what we're doing, Maria. We're nice white people. We're good. We're not the bad ones. We're the good ones. Even, don't do that to yourself. Pause for a minute and think, nah, Mino, she's smart enough. She's worked in this area. I know this. I know this from the inside out. I doubt if any of you on the left really know what this is like. I do. I used to work in the prisons, understand what it sounds like, feels like, what it smells like. I understand this, understand the system of it. So do not talk to me and do not be beguiled by your nonsense in your head that you think I don't know. I'd undo any of you in a debate around this out in the corridor. Trust me, you will fail and I will win. You will fail and I will win. I know this better than anyone. So I'll leave that with you. I'll leave that with you just to fester on and hopefully haunt your dreams, because you need to know this. You need to know this. This is me, a very able, willing, experienced Māori person, telling you, you are screwing up majorly. So, well, it's like these little nonsense. Oh, I really think this is a great bill and I might commend it to the House. Who on earth talks like that? You sound like a 3-year-old. Madam Speaker, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much. And hopefully the nattering and childish giggling on the left, they will understand. They'll get it one day. One hopes. Kia ora.
Thank you. And I'm just going to remark that, yes, we don't overuse the word you in this House, but there were that many teachers coming from over the other side that I didn't feel the need to correct at that point in time, but it is a good reminder. Tim Costley.
Madam Speaker, the defence rests. I'm not sure which bill that one was about, but this one's about timeliness in the courts. We had 6 years of the backlog building up. It's stabilised now, but we want to improve timeliness, and to that end, I commend it to the House.
Fanushi Walters.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as my colleague Dr Duncan Webb has said, we will be supporting this through to Select Committee. I think as a former chair of the Justice Select Committee, and I see some other colleagues, the Honourable Nicole McKee in the House as well, in the last term of Parliament we were frequently hit with issues of delay in the courts, and it was something that concerned us cross-party, whether it be in the family court or in others. Often in a criminal setting it was a matter of concern for both parties when there was delay in the courts. So in regard to the increase of the number of judges, my initial view is that seems entirely appropriate. We're looking at an increase from 55 to 57. I think the only questioning I'll have at Select Committee at that stage is what determined that number and whether that's sufficient in terms of looking at the backlog. Thank you, the Honourable Chris Bishop. I think that is a question we should address, and I guess part of the reason why I'd address that question is that it's been 20 years since we've increased the number of judges in the High Court. So the question is how we landed on that precise number of 2. I think in terms of some of the government contributions, that this is a simple bill and it's just about that question of efficiency. That's actually just not true when you read the bill. So there are multiple aspects to it, and I think it's important in the House when we speak on bills, we acknowledge every part of the bill. So first part, yes, I agree. The second part, my colleague from Te Pāti Māori raises a very valid point. There are issues in terms of the balance of justice and different rights in this space. That is what the criminal system is about. We cannot deny it in this House. We must always be attuned to what presents in Bill of Rights Act's vets. And here I just echo the comments from the Honourable Dr Duncan Wood that there are rights issues here. Webb. Corrected for the record. Corrected for the record, Dr Duncan Webb. And still settling back in. But there are very live issues here in terms of the Bill of Rights Act. And the problem in terms of the way in which this has been introduced is that it doesn't allow sufficient time for the opposition to engage with the Attorney General's Section 7 report. If you wondered what I was doing scrambling on my computer then it was looking for the Section 7 report. It is important that all sides of the House review those issues before we consider what we want to make law in this country. So it's not an objection from me, it's just a request that the government look to going through diligent process for issues that prima facie touch the Bill of Rights Act, which this absolutely does in terms of further limiting an ability to raise a claim or have an appeal in the House. Again, I'm not saying that it's not warranted, but we certainly need to examine that as well. Perhaps just the other issue that I was looking at in terms of, so there's a collection of issues that this bill is looking to amend. There's also one on the Coroner's Act 2006. Clause 20 provides for a new power for a coroner to close an inquiry they've opened if a change in circumstances or new information means that it's no longer appropriate to complete an inquiry. I'm just highlighting that point because, again, colleagues who were in the last Parliament will be aware that we had several issues come to us in regards to the Coroner's Court. It is an area where there is a lot of public interest. It's an area where there is a lot of personal feeling. And I do think when we're giving powers to a coroner to be able to close an inquiry for any reason, we just need to examine what public sentiment and what public feeling is around the parameters that we're putting into legislation. So I do look forward to a robust select committee process. And no doubt many submitters who we may have seen before in terms of some of these issues. And we will be supporting this bill through to the first reading and hopefully address some of the questions that we have at the select committee stage. But if not, then I'm sure that there will be robust questioning of this bill at committee stage as well, Madam Chair. Thank you. We will be supporting it to select committee.
Cal Bates.
Madam Speaker, New Zealand elected this government in order to restore law and order. It's been 20 years since the number of High Court judges have been increased. This is a practical step in order for us to deliver on that promise, and I commend the bill to the House.
Glenn Bennett.
Kia ora, Madam Speaker, and as I rise to consider this piece of legislation, it's interesting to listen to the debate across the House. Some more cohesive than others, but it was interesting to listen and to be in a space where over a number of days to actually come to a point of agreement where we are comfortable to support this in first reading, to take it to select committee, which where it rightfully should be. Where it rightfully should be in a place where it can actually have its robust process. And I often talk about our small and our agile and swift democracy here in Aotearoa, and how it can actually go to a select committee and be discussed and be unpacked, pulled apart and put together, and hopefully in a better shape as it would come back into the House for us to debate again. And as I listened to my colleagues on this side of the House, as I listened to the Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb and to Venushi Walters, it was just interesting to understand some of what this legislation does and the reasons that we support it. And as I was listening, and we've heard from a number of speakers around the Coroner's Act of 2006, but as we look at that and the changes that this legislation will make, it's the reality that these are people's lives that we're talking about. Yes, this is legislation. These are words. These are laws. These are changes we're making to how we move forward. But when you have the Coroner's Act 2006, it's actually people's lives and families that we need to consider the impacts of. And so that's why we are happy to continue and support it. Right. And then we look at population growth, obviously, as our population continues to rise, and look at the senior court judges. And of course, it's a no-brainer with the rise of population, and unfortunately, with that comes a rise in the need for people to be in the court system. The fact that we need to consider upping the numbers of judges, of High Court judges, the first time, as was said just before, within 20 years. And then we look at the Act as it is around vexatious litigants. And this is something I had to read up on. I am no expert on the courts, I will admit. Although I've spent a lot of time in court supporting people in, whoa, exciting, eh? But I've spent a lot of time in court supporting people, been in court supporting victims, spent a lot of time in court supporting offenders, spent a lot of time in court as a restorative justice facilitator. So know the district court well, know its proceedings and how it works, the ins and outs of it. But when it comes to vexatious, but we're looking at obviously some High Court stuff here, but when it comes to the vexatious litigant, we need to find that balance to make sure there is legitimate cases, that people aren't playing the system, that people aren't creating more harm with their frivolous, with things without merit, or indeed causing hurt and harm, which can actually be part of the court system, which we need to do our best to protect fiercely, because so often for a victim of crime, the vulnerability of stepping into that courtroom is a place that is not easy for anybody, and so we need to make sure that they are protected to the highest degree, and ensuring legislation in this place is fit for purpose, that will protect people, that is important. And I've seen that many times in my role as a restorative justice facilitator. Madam Speaker, my final thoughts around the Criminal Procedure Act of 2011. Now, as I was looking through the legislation and getting my head around this, I don't sit on the Justice Committee, but it's always good, I think, in this place, is to learn and understand the breadth of knowledge you pick up when you have random legislation that aren't in your wheelhouse. Just looking at the Court of Appeal relating to the district court decisions to be heard by a court at the appropriate level. And I think it's important when we look at the appropriate level, because often the paperwork and I want to say almost the binary space of our judicial, I can't even say the word, that system is the fact...
It's late.
Yeah, it is late. Is that we've got to get it right. So the fact we've got to find appropriate levels to do that, I think, is important. That's why we'll support it to a select committee.
Tom Rutherford.
Did I make any sense?
Much, Madam Speaker. This is a short, sharp and very pragmatic proposed piece of legislation, and therefore I commend it to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote is being called for. Would the clerk please conduct a party vote?
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
Good voting.
New Zealand Labour.
33 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti kore e whakai.
The ayes are 116, the noes are 6. The ayes have it.
Judicature Timeliness Legislation Bill, first reading.
The question is that the Judicature Timeliness Legislation Amendment Bill be considered by the Justice Committee. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Honourable Nicole McKee.
I move that the Judicature Timeliness Legislation Amendment Bill be reported to the House by 23 September 2025.
Question is the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk, conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
33 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ono ngā pōti kore e whakai.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 54. The question is agreed. Honourable Nicole McKee.
Madam Speaker, I present the legislative statement on the Legal Services Distribution of Special Fund Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website. Honourable Nicole McKee.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Legal Services Distribution of Special Fund Amendment Bill be now read a first time. I nominate the Justice Committee to consider the bill. At the appropriate time, I intend to move that the bill be reported to the House by 4 months and 1 day after it has received its first reading. From the outset, this government has been clear about its commitment to an efficient and effective justice system. Promoting access to justice in a way that is sustainable is important to achieve this. The Lawyers and Conveyancers Special Fund, the Special Fund, serves an important role to ensure that people can access free legal help in the community. The fund works by collecting interest from banks on solicitors and licensed conveyancers' nominated trust accounts. Money in the special fund must be paid to the Secretary for Justice for the purpose of funding community law centres. Currently, the law is narrowly framed and there is ambiguity around whether special fund money can be used to meet expenses incurred by community law centres when delivering community legal services. Section 94 of the Legal Services Act 2011 enables the Secretary to enter into contracts with community law centres to purchase community legal services. Money provided by the Secretary under contracts must come from either or both the special fund or any other money. This bill makes a minor change to broaden the use of the special fund. It does this by amending the scope of Section 94 to enable the Secretary to enter into contracts to also fund, facilitate or otherwise support the provision of community legal services by community law centres. The bill does not affect the core purpose of the special fund. The Secretary would continue to have discretion to enter contracts and determine whether funding should be provided. This change will support the long-term funding of organisations that deliver community legal services and ensure people are able to access the legal help that they need. Madam Speaker, I look forward to the Justice Committee's consideration of the bill, and I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Honourable Dr Duncan.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. So here we are. 15 to midnight on a Saturday night, and we're looking at one of the. No, this is
still
about,
Thursday, actually.
Oh, well, whatever night you like. And there's one of the strange twists of parliamentary procedure, but and we're looking at probably one of the most trivial bills that could be possibly imagined. Whether it's even necessary is moot. Now, some find, and can I just commend the official who wrote the minister's speech and managed to give her 4 minutes of material, because what this bill does is the current Act provides that in respect of legal services, the Secretary may, as they determine appropriate, enter into a contract with one or more community law centres to purchase community legal services. So that's the current law. The new law adds to that and to fund, facilitate and otherwise support the provision of community legal services. So that's it. That's it. There's about 12 words in there. And she managed to stretch 4 minutes out of that. So well done to that official. What I want to know is who's actually digging here, because I can't see, to be perfectly honest, how we even need it. Because to purchase community legal services, you've got to purchase those things that fund, facilitate and otherwise support the provision of community legal services. So this seems to be a problem that doesn't actually exist. So I'll be interested when we go to Select Committee for 4 months and 1 day to know exactly what the problem is. Now, I absolutely support the work that's being done by community law centres. They do great work. And I would have thought that a fair, large and liberal interpretation, which if you read the Interpretation Act is how we approach statutory interpretation, is that if you purchase community legal services, you also purchase the administrative and other services that go in providing that. So I'm very perplexed, and I'll give the officials a heads up, that I want to know that exactly what is the problem here. Why is it that we've got to have this clarification? Why is it that we've got to have 123 MPs as if sitting in this House wondering about this on a Thursday or Saturday night whilst we do this? I mean, and to suggest that this is urgent is absolutely ridiculous. Very happy to spend tonight here with some of my good friends and some other people, but I simply cannot understand why we need to have this tacked on in urgency and to look at this question as if New Zealand's future depends on how community law centres support services are funded. Now, let's wait and see. Maybe it'll be a tough committee. Maybe we'll get there. We'll wrestle with some big issues over community law centres. Perhaps this is really going to be the government saying community law centres are doing such a good job that we wanted to make it really clear we can fund them more because they do such great work helping the most vulnerable members of our community, helping them out with some tough issues around employment, around immigration, around family violence, that we want to make sure that we can give them more, that the special fund and of course the other funds can fund them appropriately. So great. But to be perfectly honest, I think that the Minister has in some ways been given a shake by somebody who's like, what are you doing over here? And her officials have said, oh my goodness, someone might judicially review us. And rather than saying, get out of here, purchase community legal services is a perfectly legitimate thing to do, including support services. But she's taken another, perhaps you should throw a retrospectivity clause in there, just in case you funded them last year rather than this year. But look, off we go. Select Committee, 4 months and 1 day.
Point of order. We've got a point of order with 6 seconds to go from Simon Court.
Does the member need a glass of water?
That is not a point of order. He looks like he's still alive. Dr. Lawrence, you know.
No, Madam Chair.
Do you want your 6 seconds?
I absolutely want to do 6 seconds. I'm very grateful to the last Labor government for giving me clean drinking water. Thank you very much.
That's right.
Dr. Lawrence Shunan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Here we go again, 10 minutes before midnight. Again, I rise on behalf of the Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand. to speak on the legal services distribution of special fund amendment bill. Now, I think the first thing that we need to sort of unpack here, there's a lot of stuff to say about this bill. I'm actually not less excited about the bill, but more excited about the prospect of what our community law centers are currently doing. But Madam Speaker, the thing with this particular bill that I'm concerned with, similar to the previous speaker, Honourable Dr. Duncan Webb, is why do we need this bill in the first place? And what is the problem about this bill? Now, for the context in terms of the special fund and what it's being used for right now, the special fund primarily is being funded for community law centers across Aotearoa as part of CLCA. There are 21 centers in Aotearoa geographically, and 3 special offices looking at different issues, including disability, including youth, including family. When we are looking at the work that Community Law Centre does, unlike other elements that are in dire needs, and in the last speech I mentioned in terms of some of the broader concerns with the justice and court system in Aotearoa, New Zealand, is around access to justice. Broadly speaking, on par with this, Community Law Centre and legal aids go hand in hand. And legal aid is currently going through our review because fundamentally the problem we have there is the fact that we are looking at industry or a sector that people don't want to go into because of the issues. And we're particularly seeing geographical issues when it comes to certain areas not being able to access a legal aid. However, when we're looking at the use of the special fund for community law centers, the issues and opportunity present in a different way. One of the biggest issues that we do hear from the community law center is the fact that one of the things that they have the most challenge around is access to family lawyers. And you would imagine that that particular access is an issue for regional and rural communities, but in fact, they are broadly more of an issue in urban areas. The reason we're able to get those kind of insight is because the community law center, being at the front line of a lot of the work that they do, and particularly represent a part of our community that usually is underrepresented through the work that they do, particularly around family law and employment law being their 2 biggest areas of legal practice that they represent, as well as immigration law. One of the things we do hear from them is because, and the fact that we're able to learn this is because they had that broader insight across Aotearoa, New Zealand, in terms of the work they do, which is funded by the special fund that we see here through the Lawyers and Conveyance Act 2006. I'm concerned that the broadening of the scope of the special fund is a lot more, I'm hoping to be proven wrong, but I'm concerned that the broadening of the special fund is more sinister and removing some of the funding that is currently going towards CLCA and going towards Community Law Centre Aotearoa. I don't know, because I don't know of any other reason why we need to specify that when that is already the current level of operation. The only thing I can think of is that through the special fund, which is not a government fund because they're specially required as part of a legislation such as the one we are amending right now, meant that they are not part of the budgetary process. However, the government is able potentially to use legislation like this to alter the way that the funding is being used by Community Law Centre Aotearoa and redirect and redistribute some of the funding for them to other areas. So I'm hoping to be proven wrong, and this is why I'm excited that we will have a select committee stage as a result of that. But that is a problem, because what we have seen, particularly in the recent years with CLCA, as part of their most recent package, we have seen an uplift in 14% in terms of access to justice, particularly shout out to the Kaupapa Māori initiative in Tairāwhiti. So with all of that, at this stage, the Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand cannot really support this bill without proper scrutiny, Madam Chair.
Rima Narkley.
very much. It's an absolute pleasure to stand here and to tackle this bill that we're talking about tonight. It's a shame that the Green Party can't support it. I think that's what I understood, because essentially this bill is going to clarify a lot of the situations that the fund found itself in. Because what I've said before is that unfortunately, whatever Labor gets his hands on, it becomes nebulous. So, Madam Speaker, I want to just do a shout out to the community law centres. And as I was studying law in Australia, I did see a lot of the community lawyers. A lot of time they didn't focus on what they were wearing. They were just focused on helping out the people that they were helping, Madam Speaker. And what I'd also like to say, Madam Speaker, is that there is a reason why we've brought this before the House, and the reasons will continue to show themselves. But what I love is the fact that our government is focusing on law and order, as we have said throughout this the last two debates, Madam Speaker. And with that, Madam Speaker, I would like to say it's been a wonderful one day or a few days as we have been progressing our government's agenda after the budget. And I also want to say I am proud of the fact that our government is focusing on law and order, whether it's a frivolous bill or not. And I want to thank, Madam Speaker, I want to thank all the staff of the House of the Clerk for helping us out, giving us the water, bringing us the notes. Thank you very much. I can see Venice there. Thank you very much. It's been wonderful. And I also want to say, Madam Speaker, that a dress does not maketh a person. Nicola looked absolutely amazing. And this minister in front of me, he's one of my favourite ministers of transport after Simeon. And he's going to get Mill Road done, Madam Speaker. And the suit that he's wearing is nice as well. Not as nice as some other suits around me. Tom Rutherford is looking pretty sharp there, Madam Speaker. But Mill Road, when it gets done, where people are going to be able to get to the court. Oh, my apologies.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your point of order, Dr. Lawrence Yunnan.
Thank you. I just want to check for clarity from Madam Speaker that the member over there just again, as we heard with the previous speaker, the Honourable Damien O'Connor has referred to someone who's not in the House.
No, sorry, I didn't pick up on someone not being in the House.
No,
so carry on, member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I can't wait for Mill Road to get done, because when it gets done, then people will be able to get to the courthouses much quicker so that we can focus on our victims. I commend this bill to the House.
Jamie Arbuckle.
Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of New Zealand First to support the Legal Services Distribution of Special Fund Amendment Bill. As a member of the Justice Committee, I look forward to hearing submissions on this bill. Justice Committee is a very hard-working committee. Our new chair, Andrew Bailey, is doing a great job, and we look forward to hearing the submissions. This bill puts an approach to ensure efficient use of existing resources, maintaining high-quality legal support without additional burdens on the Crown, and that's something this side of the House is trying to do. As I've said earlier in other speeches, this 2025 budget will be a game changer. In any moment now, as that time flicks on to 12, it will be a game changer. I would like to commend this bill to the House.
Thank you. Thank you to the member. Members, the time has come for me to leave the chair. The debate is interrupted and set down for resumption next sitting day. The House stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 3rd of June 2025.
That concludes.